going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private reads on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Our other reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We've got we're going to talk a little bit about this energy right now. You may be feeling it. It may be feeling somewhat intense. One of the things you have to recognize right now is we've got a lot of planets that are currently doing some heavy work in Cancer. Jupiter has been in Cancer for quite some time. However, the things you have to kind of recognize that has kind of changed the energy to a certain extent is the fact that we've got Venus and Mercury that are also in that sign work right now. Now, what's helpful about that is it can allow a lot of the space by which we're able to effectively articulate upon our feelings related to things, being able to speak on things that matter to us in a deep way. However, at the same time, we've got Saturn and Neptune in Aries and with Chiron and Eris. So this can sometimes create frustrations as it relates to the time that it takes to do things, as it relates to our own sense of progress, making sure that you're communicating things in a way that allow things to effectively be productive in terms of being able to articulate why something is necessary and important is going to be very helpful. It's not helping the fact that the moon is in Taurus right now, because the energy already felt somewhat heavy and dense. And then when we got the fact that we've got a Taurus moon happening right now and Mars is in Taurus, I want to kind of articulate that this can kind of create the space by which um, we can feel more rigid about things, or things may feel like they're taking on additional weight. So make sure that you're calibrating upon that appropriately. This is also having a very different impact depending on whether you align to masculine, feminine, or non binary energy. And we're going to work through all of it. And especially, one of the things I want to point out is sometimes when I'm reading into the sign work, the work is effectively synchronized. Not so much right now. There's a lot of different stuff that's occurring. Now, one of the things I want to point out, particularly with the masculine energy that we saw yesterday, is we had not one, but 2 death cards appearing in the masculine space. This can be working through a lot of transformational energy. This could be feeling like a lot of past experiences that are being shed, or that recontextualizing that we often identify as it relates to maturation processes. There could be also a lot of liminal feelings that are coming through, specifically because we have this 10 of cups that came through in its transverse right on top of the death card in its upright, with the 3 of wands in its upright. So this is potentially working into the space of navigating experiences by which you're feeling some of the energetic exhaustion that this energy effectively brings with it, but trying to find spaces or places by which one is able to articulate or amplify one's feelings. In the center of the masculine read yesterday, we did have a Queen of Pentacles. And a Queen of Pentacles in that space is very important, especially when we observe the fact that there was that death card above it. Again, it's very unique to have all of this death card energy in one particular reading. So one of the things that we potentially, and we were going through this a lot yesterday, the observation of being able to recognize and understand the work by which we do to heal that allows us to be able to bring empathy to circumstances or situations rather than working into the space of hard feelings. Now, one of the things that we're seeing with a lot of this hard feeling energy right now, this could even feel like a conversation with healed masculine energy towards unhealed, being able to recognize and identify the work that we do in terms of working through empathy rather than the space or place by which we effectively feel not do not want to effectively leave our comfortability zone, right? This is a lot of that work that we're effectively identifying that talks to us about the ability to find a deeper sense of comfort is by stepping out of the comfort zone. However, right, some of that work can often feel like it brings up a lot of anxiety in the process. But the one thing we want to also articulate that we saw that was somewhat positive in masculine dream yesterday was the fact that we identified that Queen of Wands in its upright, in the unconscious space, in combination with our Knight of Swords in its reversal. Because what that effectively articulates to us is the work that we do to step out of the comfort zone in order to understand what another person needs more effectively. So I feel like there's something very positive there. It feels like something energetically productive, but potentially having to work through, right? Having to effectively work through situations with a sense of calm, stability, and purpose. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. And feminine's read yesterday was really intriguing. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Specifically, when we look at the cards that were in the unconscious space. Feminine's cards in the unconscious space yesterday were wild. We had the Star card in its reversal, in combination with the Emperor card in its reversal, in combination with the Magician card in its reversal. Those are some very, very serious major arcana. And the fact that they're in their reverse, the fact that they're all in their reversal is noteworthy, but it has a lot to do with the ability to effectively identify and recognize. Like, I want to say those three cards together, reversed, can often talk to us about the difference between positive and negative labeling, right? Because the tendency in terms of not understanding something and wanting to energetically put a label upon it, I feel like that's a lot of the feminine energy that is getting energetically exhausted with those who try to define or articulate upon the feminine experience, having no experience with it. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, working in to situations and circumstances where one is being energetically protective. It feels like overprotectiveness, but overprotectiveness in the best way possible as it relates to energy being overprotective towards feminine energy. Now, this brings us to the non binary energy. And yesterday's cards in the non binary space were very, very interesting, specifically and particularly because we see both the Two of Swords that in its reversal that appear there in combination with the Two of Pentacles in its reversal. So what we effectively identify with those two cards, a lot of that two energy is having to work through, right, the clouded optics of another person's limited perception. And when we're and the identification point of working into polarity, it's understanding that polarity is very convenient when one does not want to effectively put a lot of brain power towards things. So we see that for a lot of the energy kind of working through situations by which they're not only dealing with polarity situations or individuals getting very polarized on something, not necessarily for like for a good reason, but more because it makes one feel energetically secure to do so. We also identify that that's a lot of the energy that's recognizing the ability to discern between what feels like a healthy conversation versus an energetic telling. And something about the observation of understanding that one does not necessarily need to stay present for a conversation that occurs in relationality to the reality of things, because for observing that there's history in terms of identifying situations by which another person tries to articulate the reality of something rather than holding another's energetic experience with empathy. We just see that for a lot of the energy, having that compassionate point of view is potentially allowing for clarity to occur in conversations, but it may also be creating states or spaces by which relationships are fundamentally ending, potentially and especially for situations by which another person isn't moving away from a polarized view of something in a way, by not because they can't see something, but because it feels more comfortable for them to perceive it the way that they feel comfortable doing so. Bottom of the deck on yesterday's reads was also very intriguing because for the masculine space, we identified that Five of Pentacles in its reversal. And the Five of Pentacles in its reversal basically speak to being able, the gift of being able to take a different perspective on things, and the ability by which one is able to effectively lend optics to circumstances or situations, allow for the modality of clarity to occur specifically and particularly as it relates to having our feelings heard. So I think it's very interesting because I feel like for a lot of the masculine energy, the ability to start cherishing one's emotions are allowing for deeper perception as it relates to what's occurring. But it's taking time, it's taking patience, it's taking step by step approaches to things. Feminine's bottom of the deck was interestingly that 10 of Cups in its reversal, which is similar to the 10 of Cups in its transverse that we saw in the masculine cards. And this is a continuation of feminine working through situations or experiences by which feminine is working on having their feelings heard, or being in the space by which they feel validated to be able to energetically communicate upon something. Because for a lot of the energy, working through or working into experiences by which energy is looking towards feminine, not in terms of identifying it as real, but more in the space by which it feels energetically appealing. We just see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that observation of understanding that things don't exist primarily based on appeal value is a continuation of the energy that's potentially healing from traumatic experiences in the past by which others tried to import upon them the necessity of holding people pleasing as an energetic priority. While for non binary energy, we saw that the bottom of the deck yesterday was the Nine of Wands in its reversal. And the Nine of Wands in its reversal effectively talk to us around situations and experiences by which we ourselves are able to identify and recognize standards. So we see that for a lot of the energy right now, the ability to articulate upon the necessity of a standard, why something is standardized or why something is energetically important, that ability of being able to understand why one is moving in the way that one is. I would not be surprised if there's a lot of that work that's happening as it relates to communicating upon feelings in terms of having to effectively do, like working into the context of trying to do many things, but not just in the space of doing many things, but having to be in the space by which they're effectively trying to think about everything. So, for a lot of the energy, that observation of being able to see, right, the energy that feels supportive to them via the ability to effectively lend that same sense of strength to things, we see that for a lot of those situations and circumstances, this could be feeling like a moment or opportunity by which they're prioritizing self care. But the self care we see that's happening in those experiences is directly connected to having to navigate situations by which they feel that they have to do a majority or a very large portion of the work in order to move something forward effectively. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, you'll also have a discounted rate on the full year's worth of classes, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on the full moon that we've experienced. I'll be writing one shortly on this new moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on you, on your journey. And also for my student clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective reads in the next few minutes. But prior to beginning, we do have individuals who have priority to here, so they'll be read for before we start the daily collective. If you would like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you're also joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio as well. And if you become a paid member, your membership entitles you to the same benefits that I've listed for subscribers. How you doing today, Per? Thank you so much for that beautiful gift avatar. I will stress, I will be keeping the list somewhat short today. So if you would like to claim a spot on the list, I would encourage you to do so sooner rather than later. Excellent. Hi there, Alexandra. I'm doing well. How are you doing today? And you are the first person we have read for today. Welcome, Lisa. Haley. Happy to read for you. Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. It's 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. I know it's weird energy right now. It's the Taurus moon. How you doing today, Minnie? And Mama, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Stella. Nope, you're on time. Good to see you. Grand Rising, Ella. Good to see you as well. How you doing today, Nicole? Thank you for those hashtags. And thank you, Adina, for sharing the live. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. Had an absolutely lovely podcast with Adina just a while back. Adina, if you go ahead and comment, I'll be happy to pin you up. Welcome, Bridget. Good to see you as well. And thank you for sharing the live. Absolutely. 97. That's wild, Bridget. Excellent. Perfect. How you doing today, Biggie? Welcome. And just reading over. One moment, please. I will ask if you are repeating the same comment over and over and over again in the chat space, you will be removed. Okay, it's not polite to those who are trying to communicate. Thank you for respecting the chat space. Excellent. How are you doing today, Scruff? Excellent. Hi there, Lashram. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. It is 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. Excellent. Perfect. Hi there, Lavash. Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open as well. Absolutely. Yes, we do love readings here, Nemo. How are you doing today, Tanu? Ven, I've never worked with you before. Excellent. How you doing today, dear? Good to see you. And yes, I'm happy to read cards for you, Space. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Oh, I hope you're having a beautiful birthday month, totally. Space, you felt like your energy's been draining this whole May month. In May, you couldn't do anything you wanted. You were scared or mad at everyone. Do you have Taurus placements? The one thing we've been seeing a lot right now, Space, is depending on where you are in the sign work, it can be having this energy, could be having a different impact with you. This energy right now for Taurus placements might be feeling very heavy. Welcome, Isaac. How are you doing today? And thank you for that flower, David. I'm doing wonderful today, Poonam. And thank you, Nicole, for the encouraging everyone to tap the screen. Excellent. All right, I am gonna read the list for those who are on the list. I will stress I am keeping the list very short today. So the list we have today is Alexandra, Nicole, Minnie, and Julia. Excellent. And so if you want to get on the list right now, you will be the first person read after we complete the daily collective. Excellent. And Nicole, I know you mentioned that you were getting on the list. I believe you said you were getting on the list from a win. Could you confirm the date that that win was, dear? Thank you. I appreciate you. Hi there, Ruffles. How are you doing today? Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. Good to see you as well, Colleen. Excellent. All right, we're going to get started. So, as you may know, anyone who is on the list before we start each day has priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. We've got 4 individuals who have priority today. And the first person we're reading for today is going to be Alexandra. So, Alexandra, if you're here, can you please let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, as I mentioned, you will be the 5th person read for and the first person read at the completion of the daily collective. Excellent. Yep, I've got you, Stella. You're on the list, dear. Excellent. How you doing today, dear? Excellent. Can you let me know, Alexandra? Yes, you have priority, dear. Outside tea. And again, just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And we've got some outside tea here. But before we get started on Alexandra's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. How you doing today? I am Dinosaur. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And let me just pull up here. Okay. And you said this is outside, correct, dear? I like that. I am Dinosaur. Yes, it's okay. Perfect. A regular told me about a baby bird by a sidewalk near a busy street. I took it in without hesitation and had it with me during my shift. Afterwards, I did research as to what to do and kept it with me overnight. I felt helpless in what to do, but I wanted to find a way for it to thrive. Unfortunately, the baby bird passed in the night, and I was sad but not devastated when I found it since I knew how fragile small animals are. I've rehabilitated other animals before and have learned how to manage death better. I used to blame myself heavily for not doing enough or that I should have known better to give it a better chance at life. The event kind of opened up a topic on how to cope with death and health deterioration. I've been reflecting on how, in the past few years, I've distanced myself away from people who experience illness or injury, even when they are close to me. It's like it triggers something within me where I'd rather opt out of the experience altogether by avoiding it. Being that I'm normally nurturing, I find it surprising how I behave when I encounter those that need me in this way. I know psychologically there may be something happening, but it has damaged my relationships because of the lack of involvement on my part during those seasons. At least family made it clear they were disappointed. I would love to explore this if possible and what I can do to navigate the avoidance to the experiences. Thank you. There's also a dream energetically connected to this reading. And you know what we do when we have dreams here? We bust out the dream coconut. Dream. Last night, I also dreamt of a bumblebee marked with a black figure 8 on its side. It landed on my sister and I flicked it away. It had stung her regardless, so I tried to do damage control by removing the stinger, but the damage was done as the area was inflamed and bumpy from it. My sister was upset, so I felt guilty I couldn't do anything to prevent it and felt like it was somehow my fault. Can I please get 4 cards, please? And thank you for being the first person on the list today. You'll have an additional card in your reading. So it's interesting too, because I think you probably noticed this. Whenever I go to read for you, I get 2 different messages connected in terms of the things that we're reading, and they're often associated and affiliated with your guides. And one of the things I'm observing in relationality to this, um, the one thing I keep on seeing is it feels like there's something heavily to do with navigating boundary issues is what I keep on getting. And the way it's being described to me by your guide is that um, when another person starts to move into the space by which they themselves can't articulate what their needs are, it can sometimes create the observation of feeling out of place, right? Because you have to work twice as hard to try to identify and recognize what another's individual's boundaries are, right? And one of the things I just keep on seeing is there's something about the vulnerability of those experiences that feels like it triggers some kind of past life wound as it relates to I keep on hearing as it relates to an experience by which um, you yourself were aspiring um, to be left alone is what I keep on getting. So I want you to be conscientious about that because I would be very curious. This might even be a good space for you to do a little bit of meditation, as it were, because I just keep on seeing an experience by which, like, I see you in an experience of solitude or aspiring to have solitude, but there not being a situation by which there was enough room for you to have that is what I keep on getting. So I want you to be conscientious about it because it says to me this is probably always going to be a little bit of a trigger point for you, not just because of the boundary issue that I articulated, but also due to the nature by which I'm identifying that there is a past life wound associated to this, as it relates to the desire to be in solitude in order to move away from something peacefully is what I keep on getting. Now, this also brings, and it's interesting, I feel like one of the guides is actually trying to heal your relationship to this, which is why I feel that there was that experience by which you found that energy, right? Because everything I'm observing there, and I feel like what the guide's trying to articulate is um, you didn't do anything wrong, right? But you were able to stay present throughout it, right? There's something I'm seeing there about you being able to stay present throughout something that almost feels like why the guide brought that experience to you. Because something about you being able to hold space and hold presence as the energy was transitioning, it almost feels to me like a small opportunity to begin to heal that wound, is what I keep on getting. Now, this brings us to the dream. It's typically, how I usually am when it comes to trying to mingle um, a standard reading with a dream, but I'm going to effectively allow it in this context because they do feel interwoven, right? And we almost see a little bit of that interwovenness even in the figure that you saw on the animal in the dream space. So let's take a look at what we were seeing in the dream space, because in the dream space, you identified that you saw a bumblebee marked with a black figure 8 on its side. And you said it landed on your sister and you tried to flick it away, but it stung her regardless. So you tried to do damage control by removing the stinger, but the damage was done as the area was inflamed and bumpy from it. You said your sister was upset and you felt guilty because you couldn't do anything to prevent it, and you felt like it was somehow your fault. So this is a continuation of the healing that we see is occurring as it relates to that association or being in the proximity of bad things energetically occurring, right? And what do we effectively identify there? So we see the one thing that I want to point out, and the reason that we see that this is connected to that same transition energy, is the fact that when bees effectively sting, then the observation that they've effectively ended, right? That they've ended their own lifespan by stinging is often observational, specifically due to the fact that there's immediately the quality by which that energy has reached an end. And I'd be very curious as to what you felt guilty about in the dream space, right? Did you feel guilty? Did you feel guilty that your sister was stung? Or did you feel guilty that the bee had stung them? Because the observation, the one thing we see that's interesting as it relates to that dream is it works us through cause and effect, right? And what do we see that's happening there in relationality to working through cause and effect? You when you're trying to do something, right? When you're trying to do something with good intention, we can never necessarily know with certainty what will effectively occur after that. And so we see to a certain extent that's what's happening in relationality to the symbol of the bee having the figure 8 on its back, right? Because it's the observation of effectively portraying to you the quality and condition of cause and effect, right? It begs the question, would the bee have stung if you hadn't tried to flick it, right? There's an uncertainty there. There's an unknowing. But the understanding and the quality by which you were doing something, right? It wasn't your intention that the bee would sting them. It was your intention to effectively protect from something. So what do we observe in the modality by which you were trying to protect, right? They effectively they it led to the consequence by which you observed. And then you said that you were trying to do damage control by trying to remove the stinger, but the damage was done and there was the area was inflamed or bumpy. But the important thing is it's understanding and this quality that we see here, right? The quality by which you identified that in the dream space your sister was upset. The question you need to ask yourself is, and this is where we'd have to get more clarity on this. In the dream space, were they upset at you? Or were they just upset that it had occurred? Because in the context by which, if they were upset at you, then it wouldn't necessarily be right for them to be upset, because it's the observation of you potentially doing something with the best intention. And so that work that we see there, right? The reason that I feel like you should contemplate on this dream is that this dream speaks very heavily towards what the shadow work is in relationality to being present during those transitional processes, right? The anxiety, right? The anxiety that you may somehow feel, that something about you being there, right, may in some way, shape, or fashion, right? If someone's in a tender state, being worried that you would might do something wrong that might inadvertently worsen their condition, even if you don't necessarily intend to. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, and that's what the Ace of Wands is there for, because this is the bee's stinger, right? Which is the observation of understanding, right? And I feel like that's what the bee is trying to show you, because in a way the bee in the dream is effectively coming through to you as a guide, right? And when something's coming towards us as a guide, what I feel like what the guide's trying to articulate to you is contemplating, right? Not the quality and condition by which the way you feel, right? Not the quality and condition by which the way you feel, but whether the feelings are valid to be felt, right? So, in the context by which, again, if you were doing something and you didn't intend for that to be the result, is it valid for another person to be upset, right? Or in the context by which you understand that our intentions, when they're best, sometimes lead to things that we don't intend, right? That is literally the journey, right? That is the journey of existing. And the thing is even like the observation of that doesn't say that we should just not do anything for fear of causality, but just understanding that our intentions speak louder than words, right? Then we bring our intention to things, then it allows things to move through, or it allows for that clarity of observation in terms of being able to do something effectively. So I feel like this is you, like the bee is effectively there to help you heal your relationship to causality, right? And in the space by which you're healing your relationship to causality, then you understand that everything that you effectively did in that moment was the right thing to do, even if it didn't lead to the outcome that you aspired or desired for, right? Because in as many ways as you could have flicked that away and it stung, you could have flicked it away and you could have saved them from being stung. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private reads on my site. Excellent. And just reading over. Oh, I like that purr. It is an interesting one. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Stella. How are you doing today, creative? I got you, dear. And thank you for those gifts. Nicole. Oh, that's wild, Nicole. Thank you for that insight. That's fascinating. And Harry, thank you for the follow. Being, yeah, exactly. In the state of being. Well said of her. How you doing today, Alejandro? Thank you for letting me know what your question is, Nicole. I feel like involving myself deeply in healing processes comes at a toll. right? That's effectively like what you just articulated, Alexandra, is you summarize the whole dream, right? And Annie, thank you for those gifts and thank you for those heart me's. Yes, I feel like deep involvement creates a situation where I don't do enough, but when I don't involve myself as I should, I feel the same way, right? And so that's why that bee was appearing in the dream, because it was helping you heal. They're there to help you heal your relationship to causality. Mm-hmm. Yeah, relationship to causality. I'll meditate on that for sure. You're so welcome, dear. I used to jump at opportunities to heal, but now I fight these anxious feelings about it. Like you want to run away, but usually with physical health. But here's the thing about it, right? You can just hold presence, right? Some things are not about healing, some things are about holding space, you know? Absolutely. How you doing today, user? Hi there, Kalana. You were the same when you were younger. Thank you for also being here and receiving these messages. All right, we're going to continue right now. As I mentioned, friends, we are doing priority reads before we get started on the Daily Collective. If you would like to get on the list, I'm keeping the list very short today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. Oh, and BB, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after, once we complete the Daily Collective. And I hope you're having a beautiful day, guys. Make sure to give BB some love. Readers supporting readers. All right. The next person we're reading for today, Nicole, were you able to confirm? I know you said that you wanted to get on the list. I was just trying to confirm if you sent a donation or if you were using a held reading. Okay, one moment, please. Got it. Oh, from yet the 50K from yesterday. Oh, I got you here. Yep, perfect. All right, great. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. To send a donation sleep, all you need to do is head over to my tree that is linked in my bio and send the donation there. It's 3 cards for 29 or more for non-subscribers. I'll take that compliment, Madison. I'll take that as a compliment any day of the week. Excellent. And thank you for being here, receiving these messages. Hi there from Florida. How you doing today, Kenny? All right. And Nicole, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Nicole, oh, you said you already posted it. Hold on, you posted on the disco. And before we get started on Nicole's read, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, outside tea. Oh my gosh. I know. Is she here? She's not here, is she? That's wild. That's wild. Oh my god. I know. That's wild. Oh my goodness. All right. Outside tea for Nicole. Very disappointed in the outcome today, but glad it's over. Looking forward to what I can energetically embrace. Now the weight is off my shoulders for the most part. Looking for clarity on why the outcome wasn't as just as it should have been and what I can look forward to now it's over. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Um, the thing I'm seeing right now in relationality to these cards is working into the context of potentially um, having some point of patience upon something. And the reason I'm defining having to have some sort of patience around something is um, it feels like a situation by which another person has been energetically handed the keys, if you will. There's something very energetically important that I'm seeing here in terms of understanding and identifying like the difference between someone forcing something versus someone energetically upholding their side of something is what I keep on getting. And I feel like there's something very important there as it relates to something being energetically documented. Don't don't underestimate the power of documentation, because the power of documentation allows us to be able to articulate to another the space of being, like I keep on hearing, somebody being on notice or something that has effectively been observed. So there's something very significant there, specifically and particularly as it relates to some vital work that you were able to do in making another person aware of something. And that awareness, right? That awareness holds volumes, because the awareness that you're potentially observing there is what energetically allows for another to be held to an energetic standard. So just be patient right now, is what I keep on seeing, because I keep on getting that, like, I almost feel like I see the fact that there was some kind of like deep desire to be found here, something that you were really energetically working to. And it feels like this is laying the groundwork for that in the future. Pay attention to something that is laying the groundwork. Pay attention to something that is laying a strong foundation, because something I'm observing, something that you're energetically working through, um, something that I see that you have brought to another's attention, it says to me that that individual, like I keep on seeing there's a very specific line that they themselves have to walk, given what you've effectively talked about. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly and especially this magician energy in its reversal. The magician energy in its reversal often speaks to us about allowing for healing to begin. And the thing about it is, the way another person fortifies upon a healing moment, right? What another person does with a healing moment tells us everything we need to know about their own intention. And so I think it's really interesting, because I think I articulated to you that there's something about the guides. There's something about your guides having seen all they need to see around a circumstance or situation. I keep on getting the same message. It says, remember, it's not just your eyes on something, your guide's eyes are on it too. And the reason I keep on getting your guide's eyes are on it too, and I think we've talked about this, is you've got some like pretty, like you've got it, like the best way I can describe it is, how do I describe it? Um, you've got two guides around you, okay? And we've talked about the fact that one of them is ancestral and one of them is angelic. And the thing about it is, nothing goes unseen. And in the space by which something is unseen, I keep on hearing them articulating that the damage is done. And when I keep on getting the damage is done, it's not your damage, is what I keep on seeing. It's not your damage that's potentially occurring in a situation or circumstance. It's not your damage by which something is happening. The damage that I keep on seeing that's occurring in a situation has to do, I keep on hearing somebody potentially, it has to do with another person potentially trying to shirk on their own responsibilities, is what I keep on getting. And the space by which, when another person is shirking on their responsibilities, it's very clear, right? It's very clear to others what is effectively going on there. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I just keep on seeing that there's something important to be observed in the fact of another person, like one person working fastidiously, right? One person working fastidiously to create a healthy environment, and another person working, right? Another person working to try to destroy it, right? That's never misseen. And in the observation by which another person sees that, I feel like in some way, like it says to me, short term setback long-term victory, right? Short-term setback, long-term victory. Because it's just articulating to me that something, like it says to me, just give something time, because something is going in your favor in a way even better because of some momentary setback. Thank you. And like these are the, like these are two cards I like. It's funny because I was supposed to say these are the two cards I see around it, but the word that came through was guards. So I'm actually going to write these down in your book because I think that they're noteworthy. And got it. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person that we are reading for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, you feel the fire, but also earth. Mm-hmm. She's sleeping. Good. I'm glad she's getting some rest. Yep. Phoebe, it's like a running joke here. Anytime Nikki's not here, we pull the frog. It's like clockwork. Yep. Excellent. Hi there, Minnie. Mm-hmm. Thank you for confirmation as well. PAS and Tony. Sending you support, Nicole. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yes, perfect. Okay, I felt that too, but I didn't know if it was just being too focused on something too much. Let this be confirmation if you felt that too. Grand afternoon, Heather. Yeah, it's thin and dotted in some areas, that line, of course. Oh, it's beautiful. It's reassuring they saw it. They did. Patience. Long-term victory is great. You're so welcome, Nicole. Absolutely. And thank you for confirming you sent an email. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we are reading for is Stella. Hold on a minute. Stella, I know that you sent an email, so I'm just going to pull that up. Okay, just bear with me a moment. Okay, let's see. I need to take a moment to read over this. And while I do, I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer, something to discuss while we read over. Where are you finding a surprising teacher right now? Got it. All right, just bear with me a moment. Okay. 1 second. Perfect. All right. We're doing an energetic read on a situation. Can I please get 4 cards? Have a wonderful day, Shadow. Oh, that went transverse, huh? So, I mean, I just keep on, like, it's so funny. Every time I read for someone, it feels like somebody who has some kind of last minute plan around something. It feels to me like there's some kind of energy here where someone's confident in relationality to a last minute plan upon something. You know, I every time I read for this energy, I just keep on getting an about face real quick. An about face real quick, like somebody who tries to change something at the very last minute. You know, because everything about this, like everything about this speaks to me. Everything about this speaks to me about everything about this speaks to me about someone who isn't so much expecting something to change so much as potentially trying to make you feel energetically afraid about something. You know, I just keep on hearing somebody articulate, are you afraid yet? Are you afraid yet? And that's why I feel like I've got one of your guides saying, don't be afraid. Because something, I just keep on seeing you being able to energetically navigate something. And they're saying not only navigating something, but being able to effectively articulate to another, right? I just keep on seeing like they're like it feels like somebody who's got something in their pocket, you know? It feels like somebody who not only feels like they feel confident that they've got something in a pocket in their pocket that you're going to be grateful for, right? Like they've got something, they just have something in their pocket that they feel that you're going to be grateful for. Because it almost feels to me like it almost feels like to me like I keep on hearing someone say like somebody trying to do something and claim they're doing it like out of an abundance of generosity, right? Like they're almost articulating that they're doing something out of an abundance of generosity or out of the goodness of their heart. But it's saying to me it has nothing to do, it has nothing to do with them doing it out of the goodness of their heart so much as it feels like Like it feels to me like they just feel absolute security that you're going to leap at the opportunity. So it says it's giving me the same energy. Like it feels to me like someone trying to come towards you at the last moment, like with some kind of with some kind of like I just keep on hearing like somebody's getting ready. I keep on hearing Mr. Generous, right? Like someone feels like it feels like somebody who's trying to like get themselves dressed up as Mr. Generous, right? And dressed up as Mr. Generous is somebody who like tries to articulate that, and I keep on getting like your message on this is if this person has never been known, if this person has never been known to be kind, right? Then understand that that's not them being generous, that's them being terrified, right? Like that's not them being generous, that's actually them being terrified. Because I just keep on getting like, especially with these cards, that assurance, right? Like I keep on hearing someone say, like I keep on hearing somebody articulate to another like they would be crazy to turn it down, right? Like they're going, they would be crazy, they would have to be out of their mind to turn it down, right? And another person saying, well, I hope you're right about that, is all I keep on seeing. um you know, in relationality to and this is what I mean. Like I see somebody, like even in the space by which I see the fact that you're sharing information, I feel like this is a continuation on why I identify that another person, like it feels like they're trying to start on sure footing, but they're realizing that they don't have a foot to stand on, right? It almost says to me like, and I want to point out the reason I see somebody going through something is they recognize that they're doing something based upon a technicality. You know, it's giving me some kind of energy. It's giving me some kind of energy related to some kind of energy related to um, their own capacity to understand why you might be doing something. You know, and I feel like that's the hard part. I feel like I see somebody who genuinely like holds confusion because they don't, I keep wondering, they hold confusion on it because they don't realize how terrible they are, right? Like the word that's coming through is terrible. Like someone who effectively, right, someone who effectively keeps on trying to articulate, right, and this is their like this is their downfall to a certain extent. Because I think we've talked about the space by which when you're trying to do something nice, you don't have to explain to another person that you are trying to be nice, because the space by which you understand that you are trying to be nice is the space by which you understand that you never try to be nice. Because when you try to be nice, it means you are trying to apply force to something, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like there's something about that and something about them recognizing then the space by which they state that they were trying to be nice. Like what one person says trying to be nice, another person says forced, right? Like that's all I keep on hearing. Like one person's trying to be nice is another person's forced, because the modality by which you articulate the desire, the space by which you articulate um like I just keep on hearing like, and it has to do with locations, which is saying like if you weren't there, if one wasn't there, what was one doing there? Right? Like what how did someone end up in the space that they were in? And I feel like that's the hard part about it. Like I see somebody who keeps on losing, like they keep on losing a logical explanation, right? They have no logical explanation to explain why they would be there in that way if not for a stated purpose, is what I keep on getting. So be conscientious of that, because I just keep on seeing the same situation, which is somebody who's actually afraid, right? Is actually afraid of having to confront something because they know their explanations are very flimsy, right? They don't necessarily hold weight. So I just keep on seeing somebody who's potentially going to try to bring some kind of gift to you at the last minute with the absolute assurance that you'll effectively take it, right? But having absolutely no idea what to do if you don't, right? Like if you don't, remember I said, if you don't take it, like a relationship is over because another person has convinced them so confidently that they would have to be foolish not to take it. So there's that. Like it's like I literally see somebody that's either preparing, right? They're either preparing to be free and clear of something, or they're preparing to end their relationship, is what I keep on getting. You know, it's either one or the other, is all I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Mylayo, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Hard, for the follow. You're so welcome, Nicole. Sending you so much support on that journey. Oh, that's beautiful. Yep. Excellent. I'm glad to hear you guys are doing well, BB. And Susie, thank you for the follow. Yeah, not kind to you at least. Exactly. And thank you for sharing the live, Nip. Thank you as well, IDK, for receiving these messages. You should be proud. Sending you a lot of support on that journey, Stella. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, we've got 4 more spots open today before the list will be closed. Oh, right back at you, IDK. Happy to be here and delivering these messages. Thank you for the compliment, pretty. Dustin, I'm sending you so much support on your journey today. I hope these messages help. Hi there. What's up, Tamara? I'm sending you so much support on that journey. I don't do medical reads here, but I'm sending, I hope something you find here helps you heal. All right. How you doing today, Minnie? Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Minnie's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I believe you posted your information over on the Disco channel. So just a reminder to those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos or super fans, as a super fan or paid subscriber, you have access to our subscriber only Disco channel. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Minnie? Outside's fine. Thank you. Minnie, where am I in terms of my life path, and how can I better align myself with my highest purpose in this lifetime? Beautiful question. Can I please get 4 cards, please? So I feel like I see you going through a realignment. And it feels like a pretty significant one. Something I'm observing here is, and I want you to understand, um, there are paths we go through because we desire to, and then there are paths that we go through because we must. And I feel like what's interesting about it is I feel like I see you um, reaching a conclusion point on a pretty significant path work related to another person's obligations for you, is all I keep on seeing. You know, like it feels to me that you needed to do something in order to put some distance between you and a situation. And the thing about it is, and I want you to understand it like that, right? You didn't waste any time. And I'll stress, you weren't wasting any time if you were healing an ancestral line. That's the message is coming through. That's the message is coming through. Hold on, I gotta get your book. I just keep on hearing the same thing. You didn't waste any time if you are healing an ancestral line. And the reason I say that is because sometimes when we're healing ancestral lines, we have to prove something can be done. Right? Like there it is. Sometimes, one sec. Yeah, you didn't waste any time if you were healing an ancestral line, because you were proving it can be done. And I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's some kind of path work that you had to pursue to help another person eat their words. You know, they had to eat their words, presumably in terms of what they intended for you. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because whatever that time was, it's now allowed you to be able to move into, right? I keep on getting, this one's for you, right? This one is entirely for you. So I just see you either doing something right? Not doing something to prove something to another as it relates um to your capability, but finally having the opportunity to do something out of a deep sense of joy. And I want you to understand there's potentially going to be some feelings there as you heal that, right? There's going to be some feelings that come up. And I feel like some of the feelings that potentially come up as you're doing that is understanding you're not playing catch up, right? You're not playing catch up. Um but it's interesting because I feel like the hardest thing that I'm seeing in some of that path work is I feel like I see you surrounded by some young energy. You know, I see you surrounded by some young energy there. And the one thing I want you to understand as it's related to young energy is the state or nature. um the one thing I keep on seeing on that path work is as you move down it, it is going to recontextualize the past for you. And the reason I keep on hearing it's like prepare for the recontextualization is I'm not sure why I keep on getting this, like another person that was trying to impress to you over and over and over that you couldn't do something, and feeling energetically triggered because I almost feel like it's you being triggered because I see like as you're doing something, you're almost observing, like you're observing, like it feels like it's inner child healing because it says to me you're going to observe before you like how that path was available all along. You just needed someone, like you just needed someone that believed in you, that believed in you the way I see you believing in others. So it's interesting because I almost feel like I see you um helping others with their paths, you know? Like I almost see you helping. Like I'm not sure what you're looking at doing right now, but I just keep on getting some kind of heavy path energy in terms of helping another person, like seeing the opportunities that are energetically before them. And I think that in that way, I want you to understand bottom of the deck. Yeah, like this is you kind of like there's something very connected to your Akashic here, right? Because and what's often interesting is like the highest work we can do in the Akashic is going through things so that others don't have to, right? And this is what we talk about in terms of becoming the force of change that we hope to see in the world. Because I just keep on seeing like this type of journey, like the journey I see that you're proceeding upon feels like a lot of deep healing, specifically and particularly because I almost feel like I see you like navigating others who remind you of yourself to a certain extent, but you're able to give them, like, you're almost able to give them the thing that you would have been desperate for. right? Like I almost see you giving others the gift that you would have been desperate for. And in that way, right? Like in that way, you're healing some kind of deep rift because you recognize that you are like, I keep on getting like, you recognize that you are the panacea for that work, right? Like you're like, it's moved you even deeper into your purpose because you become the force that you would have desperately needed at a past moment. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Minnie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insights on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and single symbol and signal decoding. If you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our reads, you can include them in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post them in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And thank you, Catherine, for the follow. Hi there from Trinidad. How you doing today? Just reading over. Thank you for those hashtags, Nicole, and thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen. Hi, Nikki. How you doing today? Yes, okay. Thank you as well, Derek, for receiving these messages. Yeah, I've been proving it can be done with my job. I have now, and even moving here. Grace, these are donation-based reads. We do a free reading each day, time permitting, but at the moment, we're prioritizing reads because we're a little short on time. Yeah, never have I ever felt such a beautiful question for myself in the past. Only what are we doing today? Thank you as well, Derek. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is so. I'm like, this one's for you to myself. Hi there. Yeah, that's resonating because I often feel like I'm playing catch up. I feel like the guides don't see it that way. You're exactly where you need to be. Yes, my sister believed in me, but your mom and your family didn't. Sending you so much support on that journey, Minnie. And Catherine, thank you for the follow. They were shocked, but I can see how my bravery has helped my mom believe in her own path too. That's beautiful. Definitely, I believe in others so much. User 488, I need you. I'm afraid I don't understand what you're posting. Please make sure that you're posting things that are be able to be understood or legible to those who are in the room. How you doing today, Dinesh? And welcome, Old Angry. And as I mentioned, Fib, if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that is Binks in my Lio. You can find it in my profile. You'll find the link tree in my profile. One moment. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Hi there, Francis. Welcome from Australia. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's interesting because it feels to me like it's not just about you moving towards joy, but moving towards joy in a way that you're doing something that would have been deeply supportive to a past version of self. I got you, Julia. Inside tea. Excellent. And before we start Julia's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. This is Inside Tea. So I just need a moment to read over the comments before I continue. And while I do so, I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer. What are you doing right now to move to a deeper sense of peace in your life? Oh, wow. Mm. Wow. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. All right. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 4 cards, please. Highest priority. So the one thing I'm seeing, um, and it's interesting too because it feels like a lot of like a lot of it is coming specifically from um, the observation of what we identify as good faith is the state and nature by which what we energetically articulate we would just as easily communicate to one another, right? Like that's what we identify. That is what we identify as good faith. Good faith is the ability to effectively articulate upon something. And in the articulation of it, right, it allows us to effectively communicate better. And so I feel like what we effectively see you doing is this is you moving through a situation in good faith. And what do we identify that one does when one is moving in good faith? One effectively speaks upon something in such a way by which one is able to identify and convey the full depth of the meaning in terms of what one hopes to place upon it. And so I want you to kind of think about this period of time that you're going through right now as something that is spiritually cleansing, right? And spiritually cleansing is the observation of being able to articulate to another how we feel in order to identify whether we're moving towards the same manifestation goal, right? That observation of being able to identify and recognize what is needed to move something into alignment is how we recognize if we're in if we're in the right relationships. So, you know, what we effectively see that's occurring here is you've identified your energetic ideal to an individual, right? And if the individual identifies the fact that they want something different, then your ability to move away from them with a sense of maturity. And this is often why you'll notice, like, what does mature energy say often when they talk about the conclusion of some relationships, right? Ultimately, we wanted different things. And that observation, right? Never have you seen, right? Never have you seen the profound power and beauty of something healing than in the capacity by which we can articulate to another, right? The respectiveness by which you can effectively move away from something with the open conversation and observation in relationality to desiring different outcomes. And so I want you to kind of keep that in mind, because you basically, what you've done is you've allowed for a healing moment because you articulated your own desire, and then you allowed the availability of another to put forward it towards you to see if they aspired for same. And what did you find in that conversation, right? Another person articulated that they aspired for something different. And not only did they aspire for something different, but they weren't ready to energetically meet you halfway, right? So not only did, and this is the other thing, right? Because the other alternative that can often happen in a healthy relationship is the understanding of working towards a happy medium, which is the observation or the understanding by which we can articulate to another, right? Well, if not that, is there some place, is there some outcome by which we can energetically agree upon? And so you notice, right? What you noticed, you didn't necessarily end this relationship, right? You didn't end the relationship, they did. Because the thing is, no healthy relationship is built upon take it or leave it. No healthy relationship on this earth is built upon take it or leave it. And that's why, right? Right? You see, right? Like, there it is, right? Take it or leave it. That's where that's that throat channel locking up, right? Because the minute the minute those words escape, right? The minute they pass through someone's lips, there's nothing left to talk about, right? Like the minute those words pass through someone's lips, the conversation is effectively over, because it's the space by which another person is saying to you, right? They're saying to you energetically, I know what you want. I'm not inclined to give it to you. This is what I am inclined to give to you. And if you don't want that, then you don't get anything. Right? Like that's that's not that's not a relationship, right? That's not a relationship. That's not a relationship. That's not a relationship. There's another word for it, right? That's a captive audience, right? That's not a relationship. That's a captive right there. That's not a relationship. It's a captive. And the reason it's a relationship, it's the reason it's not is the reason it's not a relationship. It's a captive, is because to say to somebody, right, to literally be in relationship with someone and be like, listen, let's just be clear. I am like I am completely aware. Like I'm completely aware of what it is that you aspire for. Not only am I not going to give it to you, but I'm being clear upon why the fact that I'm not going to give it, and you should be grateful that I'm giving you this, right? Like that's not there's nothing healthy about, like it's not, it's already moved. It's the front, like even in the conversation is the closure, because like we don't, like that's not how you articulate things, right? That's not somebody who's looking for reciprocity. That's not someone looking for reciprocity. That's someone demanding, like that's someone demanding something from you. And I think the important thing that you have to ask yourself, and I think that this is going to kind of seal it for you, what do they offer? What do they offer you? Right? Because you'll often notice that. What did they energetically offer you? Right? Because it sounds a little bit to me like you offered them something and they tried to give you a nothing sandwich. Right? And a nothing sandwich, right? A nothing sandwich is usually, right, what's between take it or leave it. If most of it was spent in defending the self, if the conversation you had with someone was spent majority of the time defending the self instead of taking accountability, right? Then that's potentially, right? That's potentially someone saying like, you know, you come here for criticism, right? You come here for criticism or nothing, right? You come here for criticism or nothing. It's the nothing. It's what's between, like if they did not articulate meeting you halfway, what were they offering? And that sometimes is the hardest part, right? If the hardest part is potentially the fact that you open yourself up and you are energetically vulnerable in terms of what you are energetically seeking from another. And instead of them trying to find that meeting point, which is what we do in healthy conversation, right? Someone who effectively makes you feel bad for having said something at all, right? Because when we're open with each other and when we're vulnerable, even if we don't agree, we can value each other's honesty, right? We don't necessarily need to agree with each other's honesty so much as we can honor how much vulnerability it takes to be honest with one another. It feels to me like you're moving into, like you're ready for mature relationships, right? And mature relationships often navigate, right? They can be like mature relationships are complicated spaces. And the reason they're complicated is because, right, we willingly take on the complication, right? It doesn't have to be easy. It's always complicated, but the acknowledgement on the mutual agreeability on the complications that we navigate for one another, right? That's how they become easier. So there's something important that we're identifying and seeing there, built upon and based upon that ability to effectively determine what it is that one is trying to do in a better fashion. So give yourself, right? I want you to honor the fact that it takes a lot to try to have a conversation like that. And it takes even more to be able to be in that space and have another not meet you there, but then try to make you feel badly for trying to be vulnerable in the first place. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I keep, like, again, like, you're got, like, in relationality to it, like, I feel like this is a message that flew out from one of your guides, articulating how energetically proud they are that you and how you handled it. Right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. And thank you for reposting, June. Thank you, Rakirat, for sharing the live. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the follow, Catherine. And Sister Shine, thank you for those gifts. Francis, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Lyric. Just reading over the comments. Hi there, Silver. I have to tell you, Silver, from a tarot perspective, the tarot is not great when it comes to specific time or dates. It's usually going to talk to you about causality, like what needs to occur in order for something else to happen. Thank you, Lyric. I appreciate the compliment. Hi there, Pisces. How you doing today, Anatash? I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Okay. Hi there, Nora. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. 3 cards for 29 or more for non-paid members. And how you doing today, Night? Thank you for the compliment, Nora. Hi there from Perth. I'm becoming more discerning on who deserves my time. I'm moving towards more peace by decentering work. Tap to claim any. I love those answers. Release, hermit in a healthy sense to go within and understand. And primitive, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Doug. Thank you for confirmation, Julia. Yeah, different manifestation goals and intentions. Like, you can just move away from a situation and let that be the closure. Some of the things were harsh. Sending you support on that. Sending you so much support on that journey, Julia. Well, it won't be lonely. It won't be lonely indefinitely, right? Absolutely. And simply, thank you for the follow. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome. Absolutely. And thank you so much for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on your journey. All right. Whoever I'm reading for next, your cards are already out. All right. The next person on the list for today. Oh, of course, BB. BB, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for anybody else who's interested, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. Second call right now for BB. Second call right now for BB. All right. Okay. If BB's not here, we are going to move into our collective read. I do want to give you guys a couple of updates before we get started. And please remember, we're doing 2 different giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. And the other giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Excellent. And before we get started on that daily collective read, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. And as I mentioned, we are going to get started here. If you would like to get on the list to be read for once we complete the daily collective, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, single, signal, and symbol decoding. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Drega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, June 11th, 2026. We are going to be doing a tarot astrology today. We're going to be focusing on all of the signs. Last week, we did it reverse. This time, we're going to be doing it forward. That means we're going to be starting our reads today with Aries energy. Aries, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have coming through for you in the cards today? Can I please get 3 cards, please? We are starting it with our Queen of Swords in its upright, in combination with the Chariot energy in its upright, in combination with the Moon card in its reversal. These cards go hard, okay? There's something very important about these cards right now because this is strong arm energy. This is like you and whose army. I don't know what's going on with Aries right now, but there's something really important to notate. And here's the thing, like, man, I will never understand why energy, like, the thing about it, and you have to Aries, you know this to your core. Some things are about principle. It's the principle, right? Principle is a very good reason to do something, because the thing about it is you have to understand principles are pinnacles, right? And when we have principles, then we understand that we're working towards pinnacles. So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like for a lot of the Aries right now, being able to see something, right? Being able to see something with full clarity is allowing energy to be able to do something in a way that they haven't done it before. And so I feel like for a lot of the Aries energy right now, this feels like bringing honesty to situations. Honest, like, and like, this is often what we identify. I will never understand, and you have to understand this because a lot of Aries often work into the space of being tight-lipped about things, right? Like, there's the best Aries that is working as carefully as possible. But when an Aries gets to the space by which they recognize that something is wrong, everybody finds out what's going on, right? Like, Aries will blow the doors open on something real quick because it has to do with the observation of understanding what it means to be able to do something in a space of clear transparency. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, and this is the thing about it. Aries, like, the I need to stress this because it has to do, and Aries, you know this, right? It shouldn't be a responsibility to have to clear the air, right? It shouldn't have to be a responsibility to clear the air. But when Aries get to the point where they clear the air, right? It's because Aries will take responsibility for something, right? Aries are all about accountability, which means, like, when Aries recognize that something's on them, right? They'll step up for it, right? They'll take account, like Aries, and that's why, because Aries hold their accountability very carefully. And that's why when Aries see others, right? When Aries see others not holding their accountability as sacredly as they themselves do, right? That's the space by which, like, Aries will give an accountability check real quick, right? Aries will give that accountability. Aries will cash that accountability check real quick because that's the Aries that works into, right? That's the space by which Aries recognize or they feel that their own energetic reputation's on the line, right? And I like to point this out. Like, this is often what happens with Aries energy, right? That modality of understanding and working through things, like, it feels like a lot of how could you, you know? It feels like a lot of how could you. And something about that how could you has to do with Aries probably trying to do something to retain accountability, and another person doing something that immediately damages the accountability that Aries was trying to bring to a situation, right? Like, Aries have no room for it. And sometimes, like, I almost feel like, I don't know why I keep on getting like clean up on aisle 4 kind of energy, because this is almost like, I feel like this is the space of an Aries. Like, when an Aries is in that way, right? Like, let Aries do what Aries desires to do to take energetic accountability for something. is what I keep on seeing. Because if not, I feel like that's often the space that feels like Aries that work through something in a devastating way because they feel like their accountability, like it feels like it damages their reputation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Aries. Next sign that we're reading for today is Taurus. 4 cards for Taurus, please. 4 cards for Taurus. Oh, Taurus, how are we doing right now? One more. Oh, it's interesting. Here's the funny thing about it. I got to point this out. I usually just draw from the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. And I just want to stress this. I drew 2 cards for Taurus, and without even thinking about it, I grabbed a card from the Tarot del Fuego. So that's interesting because with that, yeah, 9 of Pentacles in its reversal, with the Knight of Cups in its upright, and the 5 of Cups in its upright. Wow, this feels I got to walk through something I'm seeing right now with Taurus energy, and it feels like it feels almost like Taurus. Did you misread a situation? Like that's what it feels like. Like this feels for a lot of Taurus like something about completely misreading a situation. And I have to stress this, when when we've misread a situation, I'm going to say you have to kind of take a page from Aries' book here. Right? Because when we misread a situation, we can be the force of change that we hope to see in the world. And I think it's interesting because there's something about the misreading that I'm seeing here that has to do with and I got to point it out, it's not easy this week for those with Taurus placements because the energy probably has you feeling out of sorts, right? That there's potentially a lot going on or there's a lot of moving parts on things. So we already see, I remember I was talking about this last week, right? Not leading with the emotions, but being able to allow the emotions to lead one into understanding the full shape of something energetically occurring. And so I feel like I see something here as it relates to Taurus energy, trying to navigate something that you feel like you handled in some clumsy fashion. And something about that I'm identifying here. I keep on, I know, I'm almost hesitant to say it. I'm almost hesitant to say it. You know the word. It's not one of your favorite words. Okay? But here's the thing about it. It's not one of your favorite words. I know you got I know you've got a very touchy relationship to the word apology. Okay. I know. Like, what's with that? What's with that, Taurus? What is with that with Taurus and the word apology? Because and here's the thing, and gift there's many, this is what I'm going to say to Taurus energy, okay? And you know this. There are many apologies come in many different forms. Right? Apologies come in many different forms, right? And you'll often see this. You'll see Tauruses are hilarious because Taurus will be masters of figuring out other ways to apologize beyond the word, beyond the word coming. Not the word. Look here, but words are important, right? Because here's the thing about it. Okay, the work that we do to help each other be seen, right? When we put apologies into breath, then we help another person say, "I see you," right? Like that's what it means. Like it's weird, right? Because our breath gives eyes to things. So I want you to think about that because I almost feel like I almost feel like I see some Taurus energy like scrambling to put something together in the form of an apology. Sometimes the breath work, like the breath work, the breath work, the breath work of apologizing is beautiful because when you give breath work to an apology, another person feels seen, right? So just be conscientious of that. Either tell that to another person or navigate that within. Let's get to our Geminis right now. What's going on with Gemini? 3 cards for Gemini right now. 3 cards. Devil card in its reversal with the Emperor in its reversal and the 3 of Swords in its reversal. So what are we effectively identifying there for our Gemini energy? This is like, here's the thing about it. I feel like this time right now for Geminis, it's a deeply healing moment. There's something about this where there's a lot of healing that's potentially happening. And I feel like the reason I'm identifying something about that is I don't know why, but it feels to me like something that you're doing right now, Gemini, is helping, like speaking about breath work that brings eyes to things. I almost feel like I see Geminis talking about experiences, right? Like it feels like a lot of heart to heart energy. And there's a lot to be said and like these like, I feel like Aries, Taurus and Gemini all need to talk to each other right now. Because a heart to heart, right? Like a heart to heart sometimes is all that's needed in a circumstance or situation. um and I feel like, I feel like there's something very important there. And I think that the space by which, right, the space by which we have a heart to heart with one another is the observation of being able to tell another person what something means to us. So I feel like that's like the space for that is, um make sure, like, make sure that you're taking the time to spend some quality time with someone this week. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly with this Knight of Cups in its upright in the bottom of the deck. Um it's interesting because I feel like there's something there that Gemini is navigating, um particularly and especially in like working through some kind of regret. It almost feels like, and I want to point this out for any Geminis that are experiencing or working through this. Um, the space by which we take things, when we look through the past and we recognize that we took something for granted, right? That's sometimes a blessed state because it's the space by which we recognize that we've energetically matured, right? And often, like the state or nature by which we take things for granted is often, like, it often carries the shape of who we are in the present. So let that empower you as it relates to, like, I keep on seeing, like, like putting yourself out there in some way, or communicating to another person, or being able to effectively um, speak towards something in a way by which one is able to identify and recognize. Like it says, like it's giving me, like it's saying, like take a chance in the best way possible, because especially if that chance is something that's like leading from the heart space. Continuing to get clarification, continuing forward right now, Cancer energy. Whew, what a time for Cancers right now. What a time for Cancers. Three cards for Cancers. We've got the Hangman in its reversal, the Nine of Swords in its reversal, and the Six of Swords in its upright. So what are we seeing right now for this is exactly right here. These are all those planets that we currently see in Cancer, right? Like this is Jupiter. This is Jupiter right here with the Hangman in its reversal. This is Venus, right? This is Venus crossing over Jupiter right now. And the thing about it is, especially with this nine of swords in its reversal, the thing you have to identify there, um it speaks to me, like the thing we identify, especially with that energy, is working into, like trying to do something as effectively as possible with as little time as possible. You know, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like for Cancerian energy right now, there's some kind of communication occurring um in the state or nature of energetic preparation, or the way the way that we articulate upon being prepared, or the way by which we articulate to another what we're energetically prepared for. So I think it's interesting because I feel like I see something there by which, like Cancerian energy is trying to articulate in a way by which they never have before. And I feel like there's something about that that feels very like there's a lot of inner child healing that I'm potentially seeing that's occurring in these cards. But a lot of that bottom of the deck on that inner child healing, yeah, here's that Three of Swords in its reversal. And I feel like the thing we identify, the thing we identify with a Three of Swords in its reversal is, and I think that you probably recognize this, you know, all you can do when it comes to healing is bring a sense of care and intention to things, right? Like Cancers have this beautiful gift of bringing hope to situations, right? Like Cancers have this like incredible ability to generate hope in hopeless places. So lead with hope right now, right? Like let the hope guide you, because the state or nature by which we effectively articulate upon it is saying or speaking to me, like I just keep on seeing it's like you trying to facilitate bringing hope into a situation. Like allow that, like allow your intention, lead with the intention, right? Lead with the possibility, lead with the communication in terms of identifying or speaking towards, like speaking towards why. Because everything I keep on seeing there, it feels to me like there's a lot of that work that's potentially happening in relationality to your own feelings. But I keep on seeing being fortified in terms of knowing that you're doing something as well as you can, that allows you to be able to help another person see the full shape or situation in order to do something most effectively. And I think it's interesting because, like, it's like I feel like it's almost like some Cancerian energy doubling down on hope, right? Like hope, no, hope again, if that makes sense. Continuing to get clarity right now. Let's move into our Leos. 3 cards for Leos, please. What do we have here? We've got the Six of Cups in its reversal with the Hierophant in its reversal. And we have the Queen of Pentacles in its upright. So what are we effectively identifying there for Leo energy? And the thing with Leo energy here is this Queen of Pentacles, right? This Queen of Pentacles for Leo right now, the one thing I want to articulate is I feel like I see Leos very much working upon things right now, trying to identify and recognize the difference between energy that comes from a space of authenticity versus energy that lacks some kind of energetic purpose, is what I keep on getting. Because, and here's the thing about it, right? Leos have very, like, you know this, Leo, you've got very little tolerance for spite. You know, there's not a single Leo. There's not a single Leo on this planet that has any patience when it comes to spite, right? Because when others are spiteful, right, then you understand that often the shape by which another person is spiteful has to do with them working something through another, right? Like something that they haven't healed from. Like the nature of spite is another person working through something on another just because they can, right? And you'll say to someone, be like, why? Like, why are you doing that? Right? And they'll be like, out of spite, right? Like just the nature by which another person articulates that they don't have a necessary reason to do it beyond the fact, right? Beyond the fact that they can, right? You'll see a Leo step up in profound ways in those moments because it's the understanding, right? That that when others lead by spite, the world becomes a sadder place for it, right? Like you like and often like and you'll often see this is why you'll often see Leos, like you'll see Leos prancing around with thorns, right? Like with thorns in their back, right? You'll literally see a Leo prancing around with thorns on their back because Leos just choose, right? Leos don't choose to return the spite that others effectively throw at them, right? Because they understand that spite does not make right? You can never create a profile with spite that makes something okay. But the experience by which one is able to articulate upon the spite that one has seen, right? And I like to point this out. This is often what we talk about in relationality to why Leos carry the sign work when they do. Because, like, when Leos roar, right? Like, when Leos roar, they're usually like, Leos don't roar unless there's a reason to roar, right? Like, when Leos roar, it's because Leos have moved into the space by which they feel, right? They feel that something must be energetically addressed. And so I feel like I see a lot of Leos working right now to get things off their chest. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, remember, right? Leo, your roar repairs things, right? A healthy roar repairs things because a healthy roar, right? A healthy roar is the experience by which one effectively articulates, right? And like you'll see this, like a Leo, like it's funny because like Leos will try to be very quiet about things, right? Like Leos will sit there and they'll be quiet and quiet and quiet. But when they roar about it, it's because they've finally articulated, right? They've navigated the full shape of something. And the space by which they articulate the full shape of something energetically occurring is the space by which they're working to effectively clarify or help another person see what would be energetically better. So I feel like for a lot of the Leo energy right now, working through an experience, right? Roaring, like roaring in the best way possible, which is to effectively identify or articulate upon something, but in such a way, right? In such a way that one is able to articulate, right? Like I feel like this is a lot of Leo energy saying, like, identify the reason, right? Like allow the logic, like allow the logic to energetically dictate where you're putting those energetic dictums. Continuing to get clarification right now. The next sign we're reading for today are our Virgos. Virgos, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have coming through right now for our Virgos? Ace of Swords in its reversal, Six of Wands in its reversal, and the Nine of Wands in its reversal. These are some very interesting cards that we're seeing right now for Virgo energy. And it feels almost like it feels like vacation vibes for Virgo. It feels like there's something here with this Virgo energy in terms of being able to effectively trying to create some state or nature of relaxing or prioritizing rest at this time. It feels very much like something I'm picking up here is like it almost feels like a bunch of Virgo energy trying to get a lot off their plate so that they can have some invested relaxation time. And here's the thing about it, like, and I often see this, it's interesting. Virgos have a tendency of identifying like work hard and play hard dynamics, right? Like you'll see this with a Virgo. Like Virgos, like you'll see a Virgo relax because Virgo has earned, right? Like Virgos always say like they've earned their vacation time. They've earned their downtime. And when you see, and it's weird because like a Virgo relaxing can be very similar to a Taurus relaxing, which is the space by which you say like it's sacred, it's precious, don't touch it, right? Because Virgos like often have a tendency of accumulating it because it's like they want to be able to enjoy, like they want to be able to enjoy it as fully as possible. So I feel like I see something here that feels like a little bit of a windfall moment for Virgo because I feel like there's something about moving into a restive state but like fully relaxing, like when like Virgos will put work into relaxing as well as they possibly can. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with this Queen of Pentacles. This Queen of Pentacles keeps on popping up. The Queen of Pentacles in its upright, it's like for like heaven forbid you interrupt a Virgo during their relaxation time because they'll be very protective. They won't only they're not just of their own but of others, right? Right? They've earned the right to rest is often something that you'll hear out of the lips of a Virgo, specifically and particularly because Virgos understand the quality and condition by which another person has worked for it. So it's not even just the fact that this could be Virgos articulating this on behalf of themselves, but potentially being very protective on seeing someone who is perpetually overworked is what I keep on seeing. This is why you'll like Virgos will get really defensive on seeing someone who's being perpetually overworked, right? They'll jump in there in a heartbeat for this reason, because they understand deeply. Like it's I keep on hearing like Virgos know what it means to have sanctuary, which is the work by which we earn our right to rest, and we protect those who have, right? Like it's not inclusive, it's not exclusive, it's inclusive is what I keep on seeing. Moving on to Libra right now. 3 cards for Libra. We've got here the Tower card in its reversal, the 10 of Pentacles in its upright, and the 7 of Pentacles in its upright. So these are actually very nice cards for Libra right now. And I feel like there's something important that I'm identifying with these cards for Libra that have to do, they feel very focused upon being able to identify and recognize the shape of care, right? Like, and it's interesting too, because it does feel connected with what we just read into with the Virgo energy, right? Virgos, like Leo, like, here's the thing about it. Leos will be very compassionate when it comes to another person doing something and recognizing like they might not be doing the right thing, but their intentions, right? Like Leos are very compassionate as it relates to trying to give someone the benefit of the doubt. Virgos, not so much, right? Virgos are often the opposite. Virgos give the doubt before the benefit, right? So there you got Leos that always give the benefit of the doubt. There you got Virgos that always give the doubt before the benefit. And then you've got Libras. And Libras have this beautiful ability to be able to sense another person's intentions, right? You cannot, you cannot, you can't do anything performative in front of a Libra, because Libras are really good at being able to navigate and recognize things that are energetically performative, which is something that is energetically done specifically to try to elicit a reaction out of Libra energy, right? They're very, like, you can't, like, I don't understand why anyone would try to do something in that capacity to a Libra, because you guys, like, you just know, like, Libras are like little antennas when it comes to sensing others' true intentions. So I think it's really interesting because I feel like, I feel like this is a lot of Libra energy. And I want to point this out, right? It looks good, but it feels like nonsense, right? It's like Libras being able to sense some nonsense as it relates to another person trying to articulate that they're doing something energetically for their benefit, is what I keep on seeing, right? And the thing about it is Libras, like, this is the sound of Libras locking someone out of their life. Because the minute a Libra sees another person trying to utilize their feelings against them, bottom of the deck, yeah, like, that's it. Because, and we've talked about this, because Libras, right, like, Libras are constantly doing temperature checks, right? Like, Libras are constantly in the state of doing temperature checks. So this is why, like, when a Libra is constantly doing a temperature check and then they notice somebody trying to put the thumb on you can't put your thumb on the scale of an emotion on a Libra, because a Libra will look at you and be like, what are you doing? And you'll be like, what? And you're like, what are you doing? Right? And it's like the Libra will just be like, seems to me like you're trying to upset me after I've worked so hard to, like, level the energy, right? It's like Libras Like you'll often see, this is why Libras will sometimes say to somebody, like, why don't you talk to that person? And the Libra will say, it's between you and me. And the reason they'll say it's between you and me is because Libra will basically say, like, it's hard for Libras to articulate, be like, because that energy, right? That energy was trying to be like, trying to like perform, like trying to perform, right? Like trying to perform on another person emotionally, right? So I feel like there's something important there because Libras just won't put up with it. And for good reason. Continuing to get clarification, moving into our Scorpios. You've been having wild cards the last few days. Two more for Scorpios. We've got one's transverse. The Eight of Cups in its transverse. The Four of Cups in its upright. The Ten of Swords in its upright. Oh my gosh, it's giving me like, I knew it. There's nothing a Scorpio likes more than a good I knew it. I have to point this out. Like, and you'll notice this with those like Scorpios, you know this. Like a Scorpio will be going through like the worst thing that's ever happened to them, but they'll be sitting there preening if they were able to identify something that they had like guessed. Because and here's the thing about it, like you can't get one over on a Scorpio. Why would you even try? Like I have to point this like Scorpio. Like, when you understand, like when you understand that Scorpios are constantly like they're anticipating a touche, okay? And the thing about it, like when you I don't understand, like Scorpios, I don't know why people do this to you. Like like every Scorpio you know is one touche away from like when you understand this. Because and here's the thing about it, and usually the wild thing about it has nothing to do with the Scorpio itself. Like Scorpios, when Scorpios see someone taking advantage of another, taking advantage of another person's vulnerability, taking advantage of another person's weakness, taking advantage of another person's inability, you will see that scorpionic energy. This card has been coming up around Scorpio, right? Like this card has been coming up around Scorpio. They will become the Libra energy, right? Like that's the wild thing. That's the wild thing about Scorpios, right? They're one touche away from becoming a Libra. Like there's like that's the thing with Scorpios. They are one touche away from becoming a Libra, which is the modality or the moment, right? You'll be perfectly good. You'll be perfectly fine. Like you're absolutely good. But if you try to hurt somebody, like and this is the thing about it. Like Scorpios have no tolerance for energy, right? Taking advantage of another because not only like and that's like it's like candy to a Scorpio because when they see that they go I knew it, right? That's the first, and that's the last thing you ever hear, right? Like there it is, the last thing you ever hear from the Scorpio that was doing perfectly fine when they see another person taking advantage of another person's vulnerability. I knew it. Boom, now they're a Libra. Now look what you've done. Now look what you've done. Look what you did. Look what did you who did this? Who took the perfectly good Scorpio and made them turn into a Libra? Like, why we can't have nice things? What did you do? Who did this? Who is responsible for this? Somebody's got to explain themselves, okay? Because even the thing, like even the scorpionic energy gets real quick about it. Absolutely. So just being conscientious about it. So just kind of like I feel like it's just Like I just keep on seeing that. It's, I feel like that's the thing about, and Scorpios will be like, right, you'll say, what happened? Be like, I had to become a Libra. I had to become a Libra. All right, let's continue right now. Next time we're reading for is Sagittarius. Sagittarius energy, please. What? Oh my gosh. What's going on here? All right. Chariot energy, all on the ground. Chariot energy. Queen of Swords, and it's upright. And one more, please. Wow, these are some real Sag cards. What are we effectively seeing here? I feel like for a lot of the Sag energy right now, I just kind of want to work through it, or identify what we see is happening. I don't, I need to point this out because I feel like there's something about this energy right now for Sagittarians, which is um, often in the space by which, sometimes in the space by which Sagittarian energy, when you're doing something, um like I want to describe it. It's like, it always says to me, I always think it's funny because we always talk about the bull in the china shop, but it's never a bull in the china shop, it's a Sagittarian in the china shop, right? Because often the space by which a Sag, when you're doing something, then it often creates the space by which you need a lot of room to do it, right? Like Sagittarians by their nature require a lot of energetic space. And what often happens is that sometimes when Sagittarian energy, you sometimes recognize this. Sometimes in the space by which you're creating space, you inadvertently, when you're creating space and you inadvertently step on another person's toes, is the best way I can describe it, right? Because it can often create the space, it often can create the space by which, like, and it always comes into, right, the best way I can describe it is, it often comes into, and it's taking, kind of like, honestly, it's taking a little bit of a page from Libras, right? Before you're trying to create space, take temperature, right? Like, before you create space, take temperature, because often the observation of being able to articulate to another how one feels about something, right, is often, it often helps to navigate, right? And it's like, here's the thing about it, like, and I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's something about Sagittarian energy that's effectively working into the context of recognizing the valuation as to why we take energetic temperature upon things. Because often what happens, right? Like, often the space by which, like, when a Sagittarian takes the temperature, you often find out about a caveat, right? Like, there's the Sagittarian that's learning to take the temperature, because they're in the moment by which you take a temperature, you find out a caveat that you might not have been energetically aware of. So I feel like there's something important about that in relationality to Sagittarians kind of going through some kind of experience by which they're learning the valuation point of a temperature check, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the seven, because this is often what happens. Like seven of pentacles, right? Seven of pentacles, bottom of the deck. Um, the vital difference, right? The vital difference between asking, like, the beautiful art of asking is others feel when we energetically ask, then others are participating in our decisions, right? When we ask, it's not that we're asked, it's not about, right? Here's the thing about it. When we ask, it's not a control thing. It's a collaboration thing, right? Because when we energetically ask, then we're inviting others to share in our energetic decisions. So I feel like that's either the Sagittarian communicating that to another, or Sagittarians receiving that type of information. So I feel like it's interesting because it feels like it feels like a growing moment, but it feels like a growing moment potentially through some kind of space of awkwardness. Thank you so much, Sagittarians. Continuing right now, next sign we are reading for are our Capricorns. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Can I get 3 cards for Capricorn, please? And one more. Temperance card in its reversal. Justice card in its reversal. Lovers card in its upright. Lovers card in its upright. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. I feel like there's something here. I mean, it is feeling like a little ooh la la energy for Capricorns right now. It feels a little ooh la la, like it does. It feels a little ooh la la in here. Yeah, like this, I think this is oh my God, Capricorn, did somebody tell you a secret? Like here's the thing, like I gotta point out, and like here, like I love this about Capricorns. The thing is, Capricorns, everyone thinks it's a Scorpio. Capricorns, a nice secret, a nice secret, a nice secret. You want to give a nice secret to someone, you give it to a Capricorn, because Capricorns will be like, oh man, I got the sweetest secret. No, I can't show it to you. I can't show it to you. Right? They'll just sit, you can see it. You can see it in their faces, right? You ever see it? They glow, right? When you see a Capricorn holding on to a good secret, right? They glow with it, right? They glow, right? And it's like they're just radiant. Like, and you look, and like if you know it, right? You go, what do you like if you know the Capricorn? What's going on there, Cap? Nothing, nothing. Like, it's like it changes their whole demeanor. Just strolling down the street with that secret, right? Just looking amazing, just looking amazing too. And they'll never tell. You'll be like, what's going on there? Everybody else is like, again, the Leos can tell. The Leos are really good at being able to tell when a Capricorn's sitting on a secret. Leo, that's why Capricorns, the only sign that a Capricorn stays away from when they got a secret is a Leo, because a Leo will be like, you get here right now and you tell me what like, it will shake them down for that secret. Because Leos can just pick up on it. They're like, something's changed. You're happy. You got a secret in there, right? But it feels like, I want to point out, it feels to me like I see the Capra being like, I need this, right? I need this. I need this. Yeah, three of Pentacles, right? Three of Pentacles in the upright. So the Three of Pentacles in its upright is like, and I want to point this out, like the thing, like the like, it feels like some good news, right? It feels like some good news that Capricorns got, but they're just not. And this is what happens with Capricorns, right? Capricorns will hold on to good news for a very long time. You know what I mean? Like they'll, like, up until the last minute, because like that's how Capricorns try to secure joy, right? Like that's Capricorn, like that's a Capricorn working fastidiously for the sake of joy, because a Capricorn doesn't do that because they're being secretive. They do that because they feel like they're protecting something good, you know? And that is just like, that's just the work that a Capricorn does in relationality to energetically working through things. So I feel like, to a certain extent, I feel like that's Capricorn, like working through something positively, but also like feeling like I keep on hearing it's and then this is the thing with Capricorns. Capricorns are like, don't consider it a secret if they're like, I'm just not ready to deliver that information yet. Right? Like that's often what we potentially see that often occurs there. So I feel like that's something about Capricorns working towards stability, but not being in the context of being ready to be fully open and aware of it just yet. Continuing to get clarification. Aquarius, 3 cards for Aquarius, please. We've got the 6 of Swords in its upright, the Page of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with the 7 of Wands in its upright. This is like, this is some heavy cards for Aquarius. And I feel like something I'm seeing here, like, you know, I feel like I see something about Aquarius recognizing or identifying a trauma space. And the thing about it is, like, the one thing I'll say to Aquarius that work through that, right? It seems like I can't do anything right is a purative, right? Because that, like, guess what? Sometimes that's like when you say like it seems like I can't do anything right, you're diagnosing a situation. Because healthy situations provide clear paths, right? Healthy situations provide clear paths. There you'll see, the healthiest situation you've ever experienced. And what is it all about? It's all about the observation of being able to energetically prepare each other, right? It's the work that we do. It's the work that we do to effectively refine or define what it is that we're trying. And so I feel like it's interesting because, I feel like I see some Aquarian energy right now, um, trying to work through something. Like I feel like I see an Aquarian energy here, trying to apply some force of effort to something, but having to have a conversation with someone in relationality to having or requiring or receiving necessary information, right? Because you have to understand, like, the necessary information is how we effectively prepare for things. And so I feel like I see either Aquarian energy building into plans in some way, or trying to help another person understand what some plans are, or simultaneously, like it says to me, like, it's interesting because I feel like it's almost like I'm going to give you some bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, like, I keep on seeing it's the quality of understanding the nature of a surprise, right? Because you'll often see this, like, and I think the thing I understand is Aquarians, right? Like when another person is doing something at the last moment, right? Or they're doing something that they didn't intend, it's very convenient for another person to try to say that they're trying to surprise us, right? Because it's a convenient way of saying to another person, right? I didn't keep you appraised, but I did it for you, right? But it's only for you if it's something that would delight you, right? Like it's only for you if it's something that would energetically delight you, right? Surprises are supposed to be delightful, but there you'll see energy, right? Doing something, and then you'll be like, what are you doing? And being like, it's a surprise, and being like, that's not a surprise, that's anxiety, right? You're giving me anxiety, just like out with it. I don't know if this is like the Aquarian around the Capricorn. Maybe it is. But I feel like it's having to say to another person, helping a person understand the difference between something that feels like a delightful surprise and anxiety is being able to like articulate to another what feels energetically healthy. So I feel like there's something very important there, but it also feels like it's built or based upon mutual awareness. Continuing to get clarification. The next sign we're reading for right now is Pisces. 3 cards for Pisces: Sun, Moon, and Rising. Final sign today. What do we got here? 6 of Wands in its reversal. Ace of Swords in its reversal. 9 of Cups in its upright. I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, it's interesting. So I'm like, I feel like I'm reading these cards for Pisces, and the word that's coming through is emotional control, is interestingly. And, and I like to point this out. Pisces are, Pisces are beautiful in terms of recognizing when another person has a right to be upset about something, right? Like you'll see a Pisces, like when you are like deep in your emotions, right? Like when you just need a moment by which you say to somebody, like, can I just what's the word I'm looking for? Um like like Pisces are here and present when another person needs uh like like a moment to emotionally unload, is the best way I can describe it, because Pisces, like, you work in the space of the emotions. A good like like sometimes you just need a good few minutes, right? And Pisces get this. Like you can like when any other sign, when you unload, when you unleash on another sign, right? Like they'll take it personally. Pisces will be like, get it out, right? Get it out of your system, right? Because Pisces understand that, right? They welcome it because they understand. Like I feel like it's the understanding that, especially when we're working through things, we get like we get a lot of that. Like, and Pisces, you can feel this in people, right? Like Pisces will look at somebody and be like, when was the last time you had a good cry? Like, Pisces be like, like that good cry. That good cry. Because Pisces like understand like the value of sometimes like having a bit of those moments, and then you're okay again, right? And then you're back, you're calibrated, right? Like Pisces get that. And the thing about it is, I feel like that's Pisces explaining that to someone, right? Somebody who might not necessarily get it, right? It feels like a Pisces having a conversation with someone about why it's good sometimes to come undone, right? Because it says when we come undone, then it understand, like it's because we feel things, right? It's because we have feelings about things, and the feelings, right? The feelings give way, and that observation, right? Like that's like, and this is the thing about it. Pisces understand that that is beautiful, because that's the quality and nature by which we're human. So I feel like it's interesting, because I feel like it's Pisces potentially having some kind of deep connection in some way, in terms of either being there for someone who's feeling that way, or potentially helping another person understand the quality and condition by which sometimes that's a good thing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, with the 3, like there you go, there's that 3. There's that 3 of pentacles, which says within limits, right? Like that, like that's what I keep on seeing with the, like, this is what Pisces say, like within limits, right? Which is the ability of understanding, right? It's the understanding within limits that identifies the space by which we're working through something, right? It's like, and that's the thing about it. Like you work through it and then you know what you have to do with it, right? You work through it and then you know what you have to do with it. Better, it's like it's giving me like a little bit of like it's better out than in, because that way you're not energetically harboring. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy of like of the Pisces potentially either working through an experience by which they were feeling that way, or helping another person understand the benefit to going through like having those moments by which we allow ourselves to like just feel our feelings, right? Like this is like that's Pisces deeply understand the value of those healing moments. Or potentially, like it almost feels to me also potentially telling another about a time by which they wish they'd done more of it is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I don't know why, but like I feel like I don't know why I keep like sensing a Pisces almost saying like I wish I hadn't been as buttoned up as I was at that moment. Thank you. So that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Also, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is in on my site. So I would encourage you to go there. Also, a couple of updates before we go into our personal reads today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my profile, head over to my stack, and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning those classes, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and our mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on the full moon that we experienced. I'll be having one out shortly on that full moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate. Finally, I want to let you guys know. I want to thank you guys. I also want to let you guys know that I also offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today. You'll be getting that free reading. And thank you so much to Nicole. You came in second, so you will also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my Lio. Please, we read for here. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, signal decoding. And if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm so happy about it too. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Nicole. I appreciate you. Oh, you're a Libra. Thank you for receiving these messages, Chosen. Yeah. Carrying thorns is not a fix. No, it's not. But neither are casting thorns. Right? Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation, Julia. Absolutely. And thank you, dear. So true as an Aries moon. Thank you for receiving those messages, Minnie. Mm-hmm. Tell me about it. It's not food. Hi there, Esteban. Good to see you today. Yeah, we just did all the signs. If you missed any of them, they should be up on the place where we keep the videos. They're also going to be up. They're also going to be going up on our stack. Absolutely. And thank you so much. How are you doing today, one last? Oh, hi there, Deku. All right. You want to tell me a little bit about who wrote Romans before you start quoting it, Jojo? I'll wait. Yes, interesting. My Aries rising friend came over last night and we talked all night. Oh, thank you for confirming what we were seeing there. Yeah, I mean, I feel like for a lot of the Aries energy right now, there's definitely something to talk about. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And thank you for those gifts, Goose. Mm-hmm. Yes, nothing makes me more upset than someone being spiteful. Thank you. Tap to claim. The list is open, Goose. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 3rd person read for. How you doing today, Picasso? Yesterday's was so insightful. I'm so glad to hear that, dear. Yeah, it seems like an oxymoron. I got the frog. I know. Are we notified? BB was here when it happened. It was very funny. Yeah, definitely not vengeful. Always rise above it. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, imagining a lion backed into a corner. That's what happens. Like that. Then here's the thing about it. That's typically, right? That's typically the only time you'll hear them roar, right? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Nicole. Yes, Gabrielle, the list is open. Mm-hmm. My mom just left today, so I'm out of hostess mode. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you're having a good one, Minnie. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can sense authenticity. Yeah, my Libra rising helps my Virgo side of that so much. Oh, can I can imagine. Yeah, well, like Libra Virgo is like wonder twin energy, you know? Ever to exist, thank you for the follow. Hi there, chosen. Katrin, thank you for the follow. Yeah, word Scorpio here. Thank you, Ever, for also receiving it. Facts. Yeah, Bridget, I love a good I knew it. I love my Scorpio boss. We can't have nice things. Look, you broke the Scorpio. It's acting like a Libra. What did you do? What did you do? Who broke the Scorpio? Yeah, I know. The Capricorns definitely had the cards today, man. Those cards were nice. Yeah, we literally said ooh la la. Yeah. Oh, AE. You articulate this, and yet of all the places that you could be, you come to me today in my chat space looking to provoke me. I hope you find the healing you seek. Yeah. Thank you, LP, for confirmation. Yeah, your mother's a Cap. I'm surrounded by Cap energy. I love Cap energy. Nothing but love for Caps here. I'm a Capricorn. Hi there. How you doing today, Ron Beyond? And thank you for the follow. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Nicole. Yeah, vent. The word I was thinking about was vent when I was reading for the Pisces user 702. Like their Pisces understand the need for a good vent. Oh, our community just teared up. I love to see it. Thank you guys. And Iggy, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Minnie. Oh, were you guys trying to dream walk? What are you guys up to? What are you guys up to? Prime, I can read for you if you'd like to get on the list. We just finished the free readings. These are now becoming donation based. So it's 3 cards for 29 for those who are not paid members. And the same thing, Blueprint. We did do Leo. We did all of them, Rabid. Yep. Yeah, I will point out, Rabbit, we also do non-binary reads here. So if that's something you're energetically aligned to, we do masculine, feminine, non-binary energy reads. Absolutely. Not based on gender, but what you feel most aligned to. And Vicky, thank you for the follow. I know the singing frog is cute. I know I'm happy we have a frog too. Oh, thank you, Milagros. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, receiving these messages. Yeah, absolutely. Vicky, thank you for the follow. I saw what? You saw Purr? Who saw Purr? Oh, yeah. Well, she's always going all over the place in her dreams. Okay, there's no stopping her. She's all over the place. She's here. She's there. She's everywhere. My best friend's a Libra moon, so my Virgo moon loves them. Oh yeah, yeah. The smooth those. Yeah. Here's the thing. Virgos, and Libras. Um, when it's good, it's good. When it's not, it's not. You know. Absolutely. Just bear with me a moment. All right, guys, we're gonna get back to the readings. And just like I said, if you want to get on the list is open. Thank you, encouraging everyone to tap. Bridget. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Well, we're about to get started on personal readings, Blue. So if you can't afford a reading, sometimes the guides like to send like messages through other readings. That's why we articulate them as donation based because others sometimes need them too. The next person that we're reading for right now, I'm still looking. Is BB back? Beavis just rolling in, dropping a meteor shower and dropping back, rolling back out again. Meteor shower. Goodbye. Yeah, that's all right. He'll come back for it. It's all right. I appreciate it. All right. The next person we have on the list today then is Avatar. Avatar, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, the apparently, I mean, I'm reading. Apparently, Ava and Bridget are trying to dream walk, which was what brought it up. Like Purr's like, you rang. All right. All right. Highest priority. I got you, dear. All right, let's get to it. We're doing a highest priority read right now for Avatar. And before we get started on Avatar's read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you kidding me right now? She's in the room. She's in the room. A little late, Nikki. A little late. Spears got jokes. Spears got jokes. Spears got jokes. All right, where are we? We're doing highest priority for Avatar. Amazing. Every time. Every time. I was like, I even gave it a minute. I'm like, I'm gonna give her a minute. I'm gonna give her a minute. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna give her a minute. All right, where'd Avatar go? Bum. All right, where are we? Can I please get 4 cards for Avatar? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. Great time to get on the list. God, it's like I feel like you have to have a conversation with someone about the fact that you're not a pupil. Like this is giving me a little bit of this energy here. There's nothing weirder. Okay, there's nothing weirder. Like never will you see somebody more in their righteousness than when they're like, you could learn a lot from me. There's a lot I could teach you. Right? Like it's weird. It's weird energy. It's weird energy when somebody is insisting that they want to be your teacher, is what I'm getting. Like that's all I keep on getting from one of your guides. They're going like I keep on going, get a load of this creeper. Get a load of this creeper. It's weird energy. when somebody wants to be your teacher, you know, um, that's all I keep on hearing from it. And the thing is, it's like, you know why? Because it's like, do they want a relationship or do they want a cult? You know, like like, do they want a relationship or do they want a cult? You know what I mean? It's like, it's just, I can't. Like, and I gotta write this down because I feel like it's helping you heal some kind of karma here. You know, and it's funny too because I hear your guide going, get a load of this creeper, right? These are their words because I would never say this. Get a load of this creeper. Get a load of this creeper. You know, like trying to convince you, right, that they should be your teacher. It's weird. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. I love your guide. Right? It's like I love your guide because your guide's just like it's like it's just they're going, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's just it's weird, right? Because it's somebody. It's like it says to me like, and I feel like, and usually you can usually tell energy like this because they always talk ubiquitously. They're like, wouldn't you like to know what I'm talking about? Right? Like the ubiquitous comment, like, wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know? Like I'm not gonna talk in full sentences. I'm just gonna drop like ubiquitous, like ubiquitous things. Then you're like, I bet you're wondering what I meant by that. You know, it's like, um, and I think that like the thing about it is like I feel like somebody doesn't realize, like I keep on hearing somebody say like wrong door, right? Like wrong door, we've been through that before. Is what I keep on hearing. And the reason I keep on hearing wrong door, we've been through that before, is because I feel like you saw somebody. Like I feel like you have some kind of cautionary tale in relationality to seeing, like in relationality to seeing what happens with relationships like that, right? Like yeah, in relationality, what happens with relationships like that? Because I keep on seeing like it feels very much, um, it feels very much like, and it's interesting too because it's almost articulating. Like I keep on hearing somebody articulating upon the fact that like every relationship has a power balance, right? Like every relationship, um, creates a powerful balance. But I keep on hearing the difference between a powerful balance and a power and the difference between a powerful balance and a forced imbalance, right? Because a forced imbalance is somebody, it's like somebody who's perpetually questioning another person's intelligence, is what I'm getting, right? Somebody perpetually, right? And so interesting, someone petulantly questioning another's intelligence by calling it petulance, right? Like calling it petulance. And that's what happens, right? Because when another person, right, when another person only seeks to be our teacher, right? When another person's like, that's why it's weird. Like teacher, I keep wondering your guide saying Teachers don't seek out students for this reason, right? Teachers don't seek out students for this reason because the state or nature by which another person, right, like that's somebody seeking, like be conscientious of someone, of a teacher seeking out a student, because that's somebody who's potentially seeking out an imbalanced partnership, right? They're seeking out an imbalanced partnership. And in the context by which, even at any time it tries to get to a point of balance, right? They're going to question, they're going to energetically question another person's intelligence by claiming its impetulance, right? Which is the space by which another person says, you're not listening to me, right? Because they themselves never listen. So I feel like it's really important because, like, I feel like I see some kind of guide that has, like, and it feels almost like someone who's been here, someone who knew you, like somebody who feels like they were connected to you here, that's now watching out for you in spirit, or working with your guide to energetically protect you, like working with your guide from somebody who like wants to come back into your life. But this is why they're saying like no way, because they're articulating that it's like super creepy energy. It's like super creepy energy. Super creepy. Yeah, like no way. Um and it's interesting too because and it's funny because I keep on hearing no way, but I'm hearing no way with a W. I'm hearing WHHEY, right? Like something, someone, not only hearing, it's not only that, it's not even the fact by which they want to do that. It's the fact that they have nothing that they can teach you that you don't already know. The big, I keep on hearing the big reveal. Like there's no big reveal there, is what I keep on hearing, right? There's no big reveal because and I like to point this out. Like I keep on like, and the way you probably know that is because that's the type of energy that seems to make a big deal out of nothing, right? Like someone who's constantly making a big deal out of nothing because right, they're too, I keep wondering, they're too overly invested, right? They're too overly invested in what others are doing, right? And that's the sad truth of it. You know, some energy is just way too overly invested in what others are doing because it's a very convenient way of not like not contributing, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. Um, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me one moment. Okay. Where were we? All right, just bear with me 1 second and we'll continue. Excellent. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. They called you? Oh, that's wild. Dang it. That's amazing. Oh, you were sleeping. I'm glad you were getting some rest. Right then. Yeah. Nikki's never late for her frog journey. That's ridiculous. It's amazing. It's not ridiculous. It's amazing. Okay. Yep. You know what? Let's go. I agree. They give me info I don't ask for over. Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, like there you go. Okay, thank you. They give me info I don't ask for over text. Yeah, like I keep on getting, wouldn't you like to know what I'm talking about? Would you like to know? I got you, Nikki. Yes, I think I just figured out who this is. Who of the two of you keep picking up? Who you keep on picking up on? Okay, good. Yeah, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Yeah, I no, it does. It feels like it was interesting too because it says I was seeing somebody. I was seeing somebody talking to your guide and giving the dirty details on somebody is what I was seeing. Boy, do I. Yeah. Ibrahim, thank you for the follow. Never listen. Yeah, interesting. Oh, okay. Childhood bestie. Thank you for confirming. This cleared up so much. I've been trying to separate here. I'm so glad to hear that, Avatar. You're so welcome, dear. Yep. All right. And how you doing today, Geo? Sarah, these are donation-based reads, so if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to do so. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. And thank you for those gifts. God bless. Oh, it's not. What's no, don't no, don't. Are you apologizing for giving me a gift? Thank you. No, it's deeply appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, the only sound you hear is thank you. I don't hear no, don't apologize. How are you doing today, Brent? All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today is BB here. Did BB come back? Dream in the disco. All right, we're doing a dream. Sweet. A dreamy dream. I got to tell what you go tell BB I got a bunch of cards sitting here for him. Okay. just sitting here. Just sit here. All right. Okay, where were we? Boo, boo. All right. Okay, we're reading for Nikki. Before we continue right now, I feel like this dream is going to be funny. Oh no, okay. Well, no. If he's driving, then no. Let him drive. No, we do not. I do not read for people operating vehicles. Excellent. All right. Where were we? Okay, I've got it here. The animal oracle card. We're gonna count back from 10, and we get to 1. I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. We'll do it again after the next read. Thank you for the compliment, July. All right. And we're doing a dream reading. You know what that means. Wait, let me pull the dream up. Got to bust out the dream coconut. I like it. All right. Dream interpretation. Outside tea. I just remembered another part of a dream I had the other night that came back to me last night. In my dream, my left ear, if someone were looking at me from the front, was somewhat larger than the right, but most striking feature wasn't the ear itself, it was the earlobe. The earlobes were unusually large, especially the left one, and that was where most of the focus seemed to be. The left earlobe was the primary focal point of the image and the part I remember most clearly. It seemed much larger than normal and had very large stretched earring hole. The right earlobe was also enlarged, but less noticeably so, and the hole appeared smaller than the one on the left side. The appearance immediately reminded me of my partner's earlobe because he lost one of his earrings, leaving an empty hole that can look somewhat pronounced. However, these were definitely my ears in the dream. They were my skin tone and attached to me, but the oversized earlobes carried a resemblance to him. The holes hold on. The holes were even larger than his, almost exaggerated. What stood out the most, aside from the oversized earlobes, was that both ears were facing the same direction. If someone were looking at me from the front, both ears seemed to be pointing to the left, which would be to the right from my own perspective. It looked strange and felt significant. While the left ear itself was somewhat larger, it was really the left earlobe that seemed intentionally emphasized, as though that specific detail was meant to draw my attention. I'm not sure what to make of it. Part of me wonders whether the resemblance to my partner's earlobes means there was some symbolic connection between us in the dream. The fact that both ears were facing the same way feels important too. Maybe it suggests that we're hearing the same message, paying attention to the same things, or oriented in the same direction somehow. I don't know exactly what it means, but the image has stuck with me, especially since I only remembered that part of the dream last night. 4 cards, please. Mm. Wow, double 2 of swords. I love it. Okay, cool. Let's get to it. But one's in its reversal. So you're definitely on the right track in relationality to what the dream means, right? Because when we see the ears, then we understand it's absorbing information, right? And it's not just that. And so the one thing I want to articulate is we've all been in relationships. We've all been in relationships wherein it feels like we talk and 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 we don't feel like the person can hear what we're saying, right? Like that's often why we articulate the idea or the concept of um, like something falling upon deaf ears, right? And when something feels like there's nothing more frustrating than being in a relationship by which you articulate something and it feels like it falls upon deaf ears because you know you get into those spaces by which you get upset, you get frustrated, like the emotions come out because you're trying to energetically convey something, and it feels like anything you try to articulate to have something get through doesn't feel like it's energetically connecting, and it can create a lot of frustration. So the space by which, right, the space by which you had a dream and you saw an ear that felt, right, that seemed to have the same characteristics that you would identify in your partners can and articulates upon a few different things. And one is somebody that actually listens, right? Someone that can potentially hear what you say. So there's a benefit and a blessing in the fact by which you identified that they were connected to you. Now, in the state by which you also see that is potentially recognizing that the way you see things is changed by their conversation, right? So the characteristic by which your ear is starting to look like theirs, right, is getting more in tune, right? Or understanding. This is what we talk about when it comes to attunement. Because attunement is often, right? Do you hear what I hear? It's often that experience by which you recognize that you and another, right, are potentially sharing, right, sharing a guide, right? Sharing a guide, or hearing things in the same way, or identifying synchronicities as it relates to energetic messages, right? The familiarity of something that feels like it's authentic and true. Now, in the space by which you identified, okay, the hole, right? The space by which you identified that there was a hole in the ear, that would be the trauma, right? That would be the trauma that you've experienced in relationships where it feels like you were energetically unheard, right? Through one ear, out the other. So all of the experiences, so this is not just the fact that you guys share each other's ear, but you share each other's trauma in terms of having relationships by which you felt unheard. Now, the fact that yours is bigger, right? The fact that yours is bigger would indicate the fact that you carry more of a wound there, right? You've had more experiences where you've probably navigated trauma, where it felt like you were articulating something to another person and it felt like it was just like they just were not understanding. Now, the fact that you said that they were both facing the same direction, right? Now, this is where it gets into the space of shadow work, right? Because the guides are potentially articulating that there's something important about energetically being able to hear things that are less appealing, right? And the space by which, like, the space by which you're both working into, the fact that both of the ears were pointing in the same direction, it's almost like the guides articulating and navigating, like not avoiding things, right? Working, making sure that you're not avoiding things that you don't want to hear, right? Not trying to avoid things that you don't want to hear, but being able to be energetically present, right? Being energetically present in the force of active listening. So that would articulate the situations and circumstances by which we're able to effectively identify, right? Like not just walking away from a conversation, right? I don't want to hear that going away, because that can sometimes create, right? That can sometimes create trauma wounds, right? That can sometimes create the space by which we can feel energetically abandoned. So that could also identify the fact that while you both have a benefit and gift, having had experiences by which you're working to listen to each other better, you both are potentially working through some tendencies of walking away from things that you don't want to hear, right? Like that ability of kind of growing distant from it. Now, bottom of the deck. Yeah. So it's interesting because the dream itself is an energetic read. And the funny part about it is your ability to effectively, like, you started giving a majority of the dream interpretation, right? So you're like the work that you're potentially doing, like the guides are showing you this to show you, and this is the work of good healing, right? There's a benefit and there's a detriment to everything, right? And something is a blessing or a detriment in relationality to how aware we are of it. So it's interesting because it's not necessarily something that guides are showing you because you need to repair it, right? Because you don't, it's not like you can change, it's not that you can change the way that you receive information, And it's also beautiful if you guys are attuned, or you kind of, you talk to each other on the same wavelength. But being aware, right? Being aware of, right? Being aware of momentary shortcomings where you might have the same response, right? The same avoidant behavior to navigating things that are unpleasant to hear, right? Or working through something that feels right, that feels more frustrating. It says to me like it's you kind of like recognizing that so that you can energetically navigate that the best way that you feel is possible, right? Because and it's like the guides aren't saying it's negative. They're just bringing it to your attention, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you want to go on the list tomorrow, you'll have priority, which means you'll be the first person we read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Yes, we do readings here, Sniper. Thank you. The list today is closed, but we will be doing one card readings, free one card readings for those who are paid members if you'd like to become a paid member. Thank you for the compliment, Ashish. The stream we're doing, we do a daily collective here, Rumi, and we're doing personal readings at the moment. Hi there, BB. I still got you on the list. I got your cards here. Yep. So, I mean, I've got your cards here if you're ready to have that reading. No, you don't need to wait. You're next. Perfect timing. As long as you're not still driving, I won't do a reading for someone who's operating a vehicle. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, and I think that it also indicates the fact that you and them share a guide, which is interesting. Okay. Yeah, we tried to reach out your cards extended warranty. Yeah, just reading over the comments, Nikki. Mm-hmm. Thank you, James, for the follow. And thank you, Martin, for the follow. Yeah, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I was hopeful you finally had that long-awaited dream about, oh, teeth. Yeah. And thank you as well. Yeah, do you see what I see? I want to watch Christmas movies now for some reason. Yeah, I'm in a liminal space. A girl said to me, "What are you saying?" Really? What are you saying, B? Yeah, more shadow work. I definitely do that sometimes. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Bridget. I try very hard not to. Yeah, we both get easily distracted as well. Thank you for confirming. Paying more attention. Well, that would be hearing things that you don't feel inclined to listen to, right? Yeah, apparently there's a blockage. Oh, that's wild, Bridget. Adina, thank you for those gifts. Yeah, because I despise feeling like I'm not being listened to. It's definitely, it's also a Taurus thing. Yeah, past trauma. That makes so much sense. You're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. And thank you, Ivana, for those gifts. I appreciate you. Thank you, Huang, for having them, for also receiving these messages. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, feel free to correct me. I'm glad to hear you're not driving. Excellent. All right. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for is BB. BB, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I mean, your cards are already out. But while we wait for BB, and guys, make sure to give BB some love. Readers supporting readers. All right. Before we get started, I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, One. We got the fox. Did someone get popped in the mouth recently? Wow, and all these cards came out before when it was your reading, so I just need to get them all on the table. It's interesting because it feels like you've got a guide that's an ancestral. I don't know if they like to fight a lot, but like I don't know what I feel like I feel like I see somebody like holding some kind of like metal or heavy. It sounds weird, like a heavyweight belt in some way, because it's saying to me like, and I almost feel like I keep on hearing somebody trying to articulate upon like the fact that they learned to fight so that others would not have to, right? Like that's often what happens in the space of like in the space of being a spiritual warrior, right? Like it's giving me it feels to me like somebody who gets frustrated by often people who take the wrong lesson from their experiences. You know, like I see somebody being like, I want to be just like you, and being like, I don't like, you know what I mean? Like someone being like, no, wrong, like to be like wrong message, like wrong message, going wrong message, right? Because there was some kind of like cool factor around someone. But I keep on seeing like, here's the thing about it. Some cool energies, like, I really hope you don't have to do the things that made me so cool. Because I feel like they it says to me that they had to make they had a lot of rough choices and they did the best that they could with them. And if they were like, it says to me they were almost cool out of spite. Like they're cool out of spite. And it's like, and I feel like I see somebody who like they're articulating that the reason that they're in your energy is to help you realize how to fight right. And I keep on getting the best fight. Like they're articulating that the best fight is is the one that like is the one that you choose not to engage in, right? Like the best fight of your life is the fight that you choose not to engage in, right? Because that person then looks like a fool, right? Like who's that person outside screaming fight me in the dead of night? You know what I mean? Like who's that person? Like who's that person demanding a fight, right? Like when another person is demanding a fight and an individual just turns on their heels and says like, I'm not your enemy, then that person, like who's the fool? You know? Like it's saying like you let them, right? Like let them burn it out, because it's like how many times can they do that before others recognize, right? Before others recognize that like it's like it's saying to me like, and it's hard, you know, because I feel like I see somebody who keeps on doing things aimed right at your heart, right? It's like I see somebody like taking a shot like right at your heart, and like having to say to them like, I'm gonna choose not, like I'm not gonna engage with you like that. Um, Remember, like those are your, like they're saying those are your medals, is what they keep on saying. Remember, every time you take one of those, right? Every time you take one of those darts, Like spirit sees it as a medal, right? Look at my awards. Like, look at my awards. Look at my awards. Highly decorated. Highly decorated. Is what I keep on getting. That's being highly decorated in spirit. In spirit, being like, look at all those. Yeah, yeah, it's a lot, right? No, they didn't. They didn't. Nope. They just took like, and so I feel like there's something really important about that, because I feel like what's happening there is you're not. I feel like there's somebody, and this is why it feels like it's ancestral. I feel like there's somebody who's talking badly about your family. And I don't mean that, like, I don't mean that. I mean, I say this in a way by which someone, like, it feels almost like someone who's like saying, well, they're like somebody being like, oh, oh, did you hear what they're, what I mean? Like, it's giving me a lot of that, like, you know what I mean? And so when somebody's trying to do that, right, they'll often try to articulate upon, like, like, I keep on hearing, like, it's like somebody's trying to articulate that there's some kind of apples and trees situation coming through, failing to recognize that you, like, failing to recognize that you are, like, there it's interesting too, because they're showing me like, um they're showing me like Jack and the Beanstalk, right? Like, they're showing me like somebody's trying to articulate um apples and trees, where somebody else sees you like Jack and the Beanstalk, which is saying, look how high they're going, right? Nowhere but up, right? Nowhere but up is what I keep on getting, right? Like, they're articulating, like, they're saying, like, that's why they're saying that, because they're saying, look, like, they're trying to describe, they're trying to point down, right? Like, they're trying to point down and be like, well, it was like, what, well, what it was like. And someone being like, they have no idea which direction you're heading. So they said, and they're just pointing skyward, right? Because it says to me, when somebody, right, when somebody tries to articulate apples and trees, like, and it's interesting, they're saying, like, you're Jack and the Beanstalk, because that they're saying the story wrong, is all I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, because somebody, I keep on hearing, somebody doesn't realize, right? Somebody doesn't realize that those stories are their stories too, right? Like, that's what I keep on getting, right? So it's like I keep on seeing somebody keeps on forgetting that they're trying to separate someone, right? You can't separate someone from their own story. You can't separate someone from their own story, which is the modality by which they don't realize, right? They don't realize that in the space by which they're articulating, right? Like, in the space by which they're articulating, they don't realize that they're talking about them, like, they're talking about them as if they're not even there, right? So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I feel like I see somebody, like, I just keep on hearing, right? I can hear, like, somebody's like some, like, another, like, someone's pointing their ears and being like, I like they can hear everything, right? Like, they can hear everything. And so like, it's funny because, like, it's almost like, it's like, it almost feels to me like somebody, it's like somebody keeps on trying to plot something in front of the energy they're trying to do something performative in front of, right? Which is saying, like it's somebody who recognizes another person's tendency of doing things for the plot, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like, is somebody recognizing someone's ability to do things for the plot, and like, and that's it, right? Because, like, it says to me, I keep hearing somebody be like, same old story, they're doing it for the plot, which is the understanding of energy that does it for the plot is often plotting, right? Energy that's often doing for the plot, all another person hears is plot, 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 right? Because it's very clear. Like it's clear that they don't have priorities beyond the fact that they're trying to, like, I keep on hearing they're trying to make something out of thin air, right? And the thing is, I keep on hearing, remember, a plot requires characters, right? A plot requires characters. A plot, you just got to write it down. A plot requires characters. And so how do you mess up a plot? How do you mess up a plot? How do you mess up a plot? That's not a plot by yourself. That's a dialogue. That's a dialogue. That's a that's a dialogue of one. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, baby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we're at 34.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And if you're absolutely. Oh, I said that to you once as well. Thank you. It's my for being here, receiving that message. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The whole, yeah, you saw how the whole deck came out. Same, it sounds about right. Oh, so you know who you know who that energy is. Thank you. Yeah, this resonates heavy, heavy. Oh, they tried to provoke you. Yeah, thank you for confirming. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Continue to set those boundaries. They look good on you. Absolutely. Thank you as well. Yep. Yeah, the ears are back. Yeah, it was funny because I knew I was waiting for them to come involved. Yeah, very much. Plotting. Thank you. I appreciate that. Deeply appreciate that. And guys, make sure to give BB some love. Readers supporting readers. All right. Absolutely. All right, my friends. The next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Thank you for that gift. Per, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Nusty, nobody knows the answer to that but you. Absolutely. How you doing today, Rosa? And thank you, Agnes, for being here and receiving these messages. Hi there, Andrea. Right, one moment, please. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a late one here today. Per, question on the disco. And before we continue right now with Per's, I feel like you got the fox last time I read for you too, BB. That's interesting. All right. Before we continue right now, I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Per here. Good choice. Outside tea. Face the fear. I'm terrified of wriggly creatures like caterpillars, maggots, earthworms, really thin little snakes. I've had this fear my whole life, ever since I was a baby. My parents even had to cover up pictures of them in my children's book and animal books. I'm not scared of hairy caterpillars, for example, or the sorts that are not squirmy. The funny thing is that they sometimes fall out of trees on me just to bug me. Do you think we could look into it and see if there's any explanation for my fear? I know it might be impossible to figure out, though. I give you an A for effort anyway. 4 cards, please. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're gonna love this one. Um, it's related. It's related to your gift. It's related to your gift, and it's related to your gift and what you're energetically connecting to. So, do you remember dreaming about them? I want you to remember. I want, like, if you want to call back into your memory where you're dreaming about them. So, you notice how you have a tendency of sometimes moving into like it's connected to your gift, and we've talked about the fact that we've noticed some circumstances or situations by which you potentially were doing it before you realized that you were. um I'm identifying that um if you did that, if you did that connected to a bird, what do you think your experience would be? If you were inadvertently doing that with the birds that you saw, right? What would be the experience? What would be the summation of what you would potentially be seeing in that way? Because I'm getting here the visage, right? Everything, there's a connector, right? There's an energetic connector to everything that you articulated. There's an energetic connector to everything that you articulated. And that would be, right? A lot of those potentially being perceived by someone that was energetically hungry for them. So, what I'm potentially seeing is this is somehow connected to some early childhood memories by which you are inadvertently doing that. And in the context by which you were doing it, right? And you didn't realize you were doing it, what would you end up receiving? You'd probably end up receiving a pretty garish tableau, right? You'd end up with a pretty garish tableau, specifically and particularly because not only would you not realize what was happening, but the vision that you were moving into was actively energetically pursuing those. So I wouldn't be surprised if you have some kind of recall memories, right? Some strong memories based upon seeing them, because it says to me that I feel like I'm seeing that these are very connected to early childhood, because it feels to me like you did stop doing it. Um, I'm curious as to trying, like, it's interesting too, because your guide, like your guide is here, right? Um, and it's interesting that the guide is there, because it's the same angelic guide. It's the same angelic guide that is articulating that when they recognized what was happening, they worked to put a block and stop on it, right? Like, that's the thing with an angelic guide. Like, sometimes when an angelic guide becomes aware, they can do something about it. But it says to me like it took them some time. Like look I, it took them some time to energetically connect the dots. It took them some time to energetically connect the dots on what was occurring there, is what I keep on seeing. Right. I feel like I keep on hearing like, right, this is you, right? This is funny. So this is that. And then this is you, right? Whoops. And then here's the guide going like something that took a minute for them to recognize in order to put, I keep on hearing a block and stop on it. Yeah, there you go. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Weren't you the one that told me? Were you the one that told me that you used to see who? No, like I feel like it's interesting because like especially with the two of like the two of cups in its reversal. Um, the two of cups in its reversal, I wouldn't like one of the things that you might identify here that would potentially give confirmation is if you've always felt very connected to the like very energetically connected to the birds around you, is what I keep on seeing. Or I feel like it's interesting because I almost have a guide articulating upon the fact that they move to distract you like from doing it, like something about when they were able to catch, like when they recognized what was happening, right? I just keep on seeing they would rouse you out of it, is what I keep on getting. Because but it says to me that, like I said, it took them a little bit of time to be able to effectively connect the dots there. Um, but hopefully this heals, because it says to me like that's why, because it's not just the fact that you saw them, but you were seeing them in the tableau from from the vision of another that was energetically pursuing them or seeking them out, is what I keep on getting. Um, it's interesting. It's a continuation of your path work in terms of saying like when you have a gift, it's not about moving towards it. It's about making sure that you're not accidentally hurting yourself with your gift, is what I keep on seeing. And this is a continuation of what we were potentially identifying there in relationality to the guide being like, what you see might be different than what you experience, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to receive them. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Paul, make sure that you're posting full thought forms here. We have a rule against non sequiturs. I would encourage you to go look at our code of conduct in terms of what to communicate in the live space that's appropriate. Yeah. Hi. Yep, we're on a little late today, Lisa. Thank you, Meow, for the follow. Brittany, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Hardy. Continue to do that work to reclaim your inner child. Yeah, the bird on the card cracking it up. But there, did you see the other bird? Like that one cracked me up. That was the one that was cracking me up the most. Mm-hmm. And Paranormal, thank you for the follow. Elizabeth, thank you for the follow. How you doing today? And Yakubo, thank you for the follow. It is already, hold on. It is already healing a bit. I try to be more calm about it. Mm-hmm. Hardy, make sure that you remember that you're in a space of safety and security. Okay? Yes, you're so welcome, Per. Oh, absolutely. And thank you for the follow, Shelley. How you doing today, James? Excellent. Looking, yep. Dreams of them as a child. Yeah, because I keep on seeing you were doing them. You were doing it. You were doing it inadvertently. Yep. Shayani, thank you for the follow. Javi, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today, Tracy? Welcome. And Nine, welcome as well. How you doing today, Andrea? All right, the next person. So we're now moving into one card readings for super fans and paid members. If you are a super fan who has not had a card, if you have, hi there. I do private readings, CC. You can book them on my website. Mm-hmm. Bridget, if you're a super fan, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you're a paid member over on the place where you keep the videos, you can also get a free one card today. Ivana, one card, please. Angelic guidance. It's not you. The energy right now is like really intense. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially for someone who's highly sensitive. Queen of Wands and it's upright. Animal Oracle. Yeah, the only way out is through. Just make sure that you're hydrating a lot right now. Bridget, one card highest, please. Ooh. Man. I feel like your counterparts had a massive breakthrough. Yeah. It's bottom of the deck with the strength card and its reversal. You know why? Because remember how I told you that someone made the active choice not to energetically connect with something? Yeah. It feels to me like it feels to me like they finally cleared themselves to such an extent that they're building a better attention point in relationality to your energy. Right? I almost feel like I see somebody going through a bit of an awakening process. Hmm. Hold on a moment. Mm-hmm. Hi there, James. We're constantly in the act of discovering ourselves. Hopefully, something here that you receive helps you on that journey. One card for Melissa, highest priority, please. We've got the Three of Pentacles in its upright. I feel like this is you kind of building some kind of new foundation around something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Tower and its reversal. Like, if nobody else is going to do it, it's got to be you kind of energy. Why not? Yeah, especially with the air dragon. I like to point this out. Like, a good leader never desires to be a leader, right? I always like to put good leaders are sought out for that reason. There's that good leader perpetually saying no thank you because everybody realizes that they're good that they're good at leading, right? Yep. Minnie, one card on the energy for the remainder of June, please. It feels healthy. It feels supportive. It feels like someone trying to identify or work towards something. Bottom of the deck. I don't know, like especially with the Six of Wands. Um, I feel like it's like I don't know, like did you just have a heart to heart with someone? Did you just tell them how you felt? It feels significant, you know? It's like I just keep on hearing someone say like I didn't realize you felt that way, you know? But in a positive way. Yeah. Ella, highest good, please. King of Wands in its reversal. Um, I feel like somebody wants to take back something they said to you. Yeah, somebody's like in a deep regret space about something they said to you. Yeah, the fire dragon, someone recognizing like they gotta like control that tongue, you know? Can't just say anything in the heat of the moment. Like words have consequences. You're so welcome, Ivana. That's beautiful. Continue to do that work, Marie. Julia, one card, highest and best, please. It's a continuation of your like the work you're doing. You have to recognize sometimes the healing moment is asking yourself who was being the mature one. You know, bottom of the deck. It's hard. It's not fun being the mature one, but it's necessary. You know, yeah. The frog energy. It's 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 a rough job, but somebody's got to do it, right? Because the thing is, like when you're mature, like when you're being the mature one, what you're really doing is elevating the conversation. Continue to elevate it. Laurel, good to see you, dear. One card in connection with them. I got you. Um, it feels genuine, but it feels like I feel like I see somebody who's like working through a lot of wounds as it relates to energy taking advantage of them. Yeah, bottom of the deck with the temperance card and its reversal. Like it's giving me a lot of shy energy. Yeah, like they've gone through a lot of experiences. Like I see somebody who's gone through a lot of experiences by which like someone coming towards them, um, like claiming innocence, but then finding out like someone finding out later that another person's intentions were not that, you know? CC, these are one card readings for super fans. If you'd like to become if you'd like to become a super fan, I'll be happy to draw a card for you. Hi there. Continue to do that work to reverse your wounds, Hardy. Hold on a moment. You're welcome, Ella. Yeah, there are a lot of people in here, Nikki. Hi there, Carolyn. Hardy, I'm going to ask to try to make sure that what you're articulating is a full thought form. Having a little bit of difficulty understanding what you're trying to communicate. Yep. Oh, don't be nervous, Cece. Yeah, same thing, Shelly. These are one card readings for super fans. If you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Mm-hmm. Lisa, card on them being in your energy. I mean, they miss you, right? Oh, it feels like they miss you, and they've discovered the ability to like somebody doing a little work in the energetic realm. Yeah, especially with the bull, like that energetic tug, right? Shouldn't be a tug, right? Like the tug of where are you is not a conversation, is what I keep on getting, right? Like it, like often, like I keep on hearing, like this tug could be an email. Is what I keep on hearing. This tug could be an apology. This tug could be an email, right? You're not a tugboat. Yeah, I got you. One moment, please. Hold on. I'm doing well, Rosa. How are you doing? Oh, right back at you, my dear. Thank you for that. That's very kind of you, Rosa. I appreciate you. Hi there, Jake. Absolutely. Welcome, Z. Ava, one card on how the guides feel about it. They trust your judgment on it. You know, bottom of the deck. You can't back someone into a corner and then judge their decision, right? Yeah, like you can't back someone into you can't judge another person by a decision they made when they're backed against a wall, with their back against a wall, is what I keep on hearing. You can't, I don't know why that's coming through there, Ava, but it feels like it's coming through really strongly on something. How you doing, Ashraf? Sandy, these are super readings for paid members. So if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Sandy, the super fans that we're talking about are for those who are joining us on the Clock app. To have a one card reading on the place where you keep the videos, you just need to become a paid member. How you doing today, Angela? One card around this weekend for Nikki. It feels like something very intimate. Like I feel like I see you and another person doing something like in a low key way, in the best way possible, you know? Like doing like I don't know if you're celebrating something, but there's nothing nicer than like nicer than like a quiet celebration, you know, like not necessarily doing something big, but something that feels like it deepens an energetic connection is what I keep on getting, you know? Hi there, Caroline. Yep. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. Yep. Two cards for Nicole. Energetic gifts. What to work on. Gifts incoming. Like you're coming into your gifts right now. I told you, I sense the fact that you're on the cusp of an awakening. And I feel like some of the stuff like that's been happening recently are giving strong indications in relationality to that those connection points. Yeah, there's that 7 of Swords in its reversal. Oh, the Temperance card came back out. Um, it feels deeply rooted in energy work. Yeah, especially with the bee there. Um, I think that like when I'm picking up something, I'm picking up there. Um, like a gift like that is best when you're not in an exhausted or overworked state, right? Because it feels to me like you're finally in a space by which you can get comfortable with your own energy. Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful, Nikki. I'm glad to hear it. Hi there, Fuzzy. Mm-hmm. Hi there, Erica. You're welcome, Laurel. You dreamt of a frog? Oh, that's wild, Cece. Oh, well, we do dream interpretation readings here. If you want to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you on that tomorrow. Oh my God, Nikki. That's so kind of you. I deeply appreciate that. I do my best. Absolutely. Erica, what are their intentions? Hold on a minute. Oh, tabs. Tabs. Yeah. Especially with this I don't know why I feel like I see somebody who wants to keep tabs on somebody. Especially with the eagle, you know? I do feel like there's something about there. Like, I don't know if they do the same thing, or they've got the same hobby, because there does feel like something about them having some kind of shared hobby for something. So there might be something there too, but tabs as well. Yeah. She goes back and forth. She didn't ditch us. You're so welcome, Ava. All right. Why would you want the answer to that question, Mark? What would you do differently if you knew that? Mm-hmm. Hi there. Alexandra, one card on work, please. I feel like I see some kind of imminent partnership happening right now in the workspace, or somebody eyeing you for a prospective role. Animal Oracle, yeah, Crane, right? It says to me like somebody realizes your your leadership potential. Claire, one card getting on a new job. Feels better than the one you are at now. It feels like somebody's not compensating you correctly. Or it feels like somebody trying to cry. I keep hearing somebody trying to cry poor, losing the best person they ever had, right? Yeah, especially with the cat energy, right? Like it's saying to me like when somebody when somebody is good at doing something, you give them what they're owed on it. You don't see what you can get from them, you know? Yep. Excellent. Ruby, one card for the next 24. Chariot in its reversal. Um, don't get frustrated at another person. Like it feels like somebody, like I gotta say, like somebody who doesn't want to do anything, right? Like somebody who's trying to broadcast us, like this is what you get for trusting me, right? Like I keep hearing like access denied, right? Like because it says to me like somebody who like misses fighting with you, right? Will do ridiculous things just to energetically connect with you, you know? You're in the process of it. I don't think it's a different one. I just think you're beginning that awakening process now, Nicole. Venting. This is the you know, you can get on the list for reads via my tree that has banks in it. It's 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. We're doing 1 card readings right now for paid members if you'd like to become a paid member. Yeah, so Erica, no, I saw it. So the thing I saw is somebody both has a shared hobby with someone, but also somebody, thank you for that gift, Hardy, but also somebody who's trying to keep tabs on another person. Yeah, you're so welcome, Nicole. Again, Hardy, I need to ask that you try to be more clear in terms of what you're trying to ask or articulating. Ashley, thank you for the follow, dear. Excellent. Rachel, these are 1 card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a super fan. Uh, oh, my sweetheart. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Ruby. Yes, 1 card, please, highest. Um, you're exactly where you need to be. Yeah, King of Swords, you're exactly where you need to be. And it's interesting too because I feel like I see you getting closer to an energetic counterpart energy, right? You're going to find each other in your bliss state. Continue to do that work. Like it's interesting because I feel like I see you like honing some kind of professional path that's bringing you into energetic connection. Mhm. All right, my friends. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective, it should be up now over on my stack. Oh, I got you, dear. It's my. Um, all we can do is tell another person what our needs are and see how they attend to them. Right? Like not feeling the exhaustive moment of asking something time and time again, but being energetically, like, you have, like, sometimes saying to someone, this is the third or fourth time we've had this conversation, like bringing someone's attention to it rather than getting upset by it, you know. I got you, Estevan. One card, highest priority, please. um just do everything you can right now. I feel like I see you going through some expansion process, which is like finding new ways to communicate, finding new ways to collaborate. It never hurts to ask, right? Because a no, there is no no when we're collaborating. It's a not now, right? Sometimes giving someone the idea can lead to unexpected things in the future, right? So it says, like, go ahead and take that opportunity to let another person know if you're energetically interested in something. Hey, Chasing, how you doing today? Absolutely. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Thank you so much, Venting, for those gifts. I appreciate you. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these readings. If you missed the Daily Collective, it should be up now over on the place where I keep the videos and over on my stack as a video and podcast. I'll be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, today, you'll have first priority, which means to be read for before we start the Daily Collective. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to send me a disco GIF. I will send you an invite to our superfan only disco channel where you can introduce yourself to the collective, and you'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code. Our next tarot class subscription is going to be on, it's going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 5 p.m. 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. We're just finishing up today, pretty. We'll be back on tomorrow. Huge thank you to my subscribers and paid members. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And wishing my mod, K Megan, rest wherever they may be. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.